growth, darkening of the skin, browning of the skin, of odor, of taste. And when you keep them at a refrigerator, you can keep it from 2 to 3 weeks of time. That's it, not more than that. So this, there is a challenge. So there is need to convert this grape juice into value added product. So what value added product one can make? One can make grape juice, but right now the grape juice that is prepared and commercially available is thermally treated, and grape juice bioactives have been all gone and reduced due to high heat temperature, and also the cloud stability is unavailable due to the enzyme activity, and therefore, to inactivate the enzyme one need to thermally treat the grape juice. Also, these grapes have been converted into raisins, sun dried and air dried raisins. That's a very successful product. And wine like red, white, and sparkling wine. Also, grape vinegar is becoming more popular. Jams, jellies, and preserves are also available in the market. Generally, the blue varieties are being used. Grape syrup and grape concentrate. And recently, the waste from the grapes, like grape seed and grape skin, have been also used in making nutraceutical products like resveratrol and flavonoids that are present in the uh, so this is like, I'm going to leave this ppt with the organizer. You can refer this ppt, like for example, grapes have been converted into all these product, and grape seed is extracted for grape seed extract and grape seed oil, and this grape seed oil used as an anti-aging cosmetic. So grape juice, like a typical process, like you clean, crush. So generally, grapes have a lot of pesticides because of high sugar content and high water activity. It attracts yeast and mold. So therefore, it is necessary that you use pesticides. But Food Safety Standards Authority of India has laid down some standards where 3 milligram per kg for certain varieties have been recommended. For certain varieties, it is just 0.8 or 1%. So depending upon which variety, these pesticides are being used. And if you are consuming grapes, you need to wash it 2 times 3 times under running water or tap water, or you can just dip into the one of my colleague had done a study on how you can reduce the pesticide. So dipping the grapes from the market, you when you buy, you put it a pinch of salt into the dipped water, or a baking soda is more effective, and that can reduce the adhered pesticide. So it is necessary that you wash the grapes and then only you consume. So for grape juice processing, there is an enzyme treatment given so that these enzymes are deactivated and that do not cause any cloud stability and browning. And once the juice is pressed, it is centrifuged for removing further, any debris and small particles, and then further it is enzymatically treated for inactivation of lipoxygenase or POD, peroxidase enzyme, and that juice is then deaerated, and preservatives are also added because due to high sugar content, there is a need to add preservatives. So this is the in general pasteurization and thermal treatment is needed. But recently there have been a lot of innovations going on where use of non-thermal processing like pulse light, pulse electric field, hydrostatic pressure, UV radiation have been used. But these processing methods, which are novel and green, have been still in the laboratory and not being commercialized, at least in India. And most popular product that is being commonly made in Maharashtra is wine process. Like grapes are just fermented. If you have seen Sula Vineyard, is a very very famous industry in Nashik, and they allow visiting. So this company, and you can see very closely. So basically, they also harvest their own grapes from the farm immediately from there, and they use those fresh grapes. And after crushing of the grapes, the must is used, and that must is the juice is added with the yeast, Saccharomyces cerevisiae variety carbogenesis, and then the fermentation is carried out in the lauter traps. There are special tubs they use, so that that tubs also contribute to the flavor to the wine, and the wine is allowed to age. And there is a fermentation takes place during this process, and the alcohol content is uh, controlled based on what final product is desired, and then these are sterilized and packed into the bottle. And this is the raisin. So basically, for raisin preparation, the type of grapes that are used are very important, where the degree Brix sugar content required is 22 degree Brix, and these are washed And here the chemical preservatives are used. Chemical treatment is given, like 1.5% ethyl oate is used and 2.5% potassium carbonate. For 2 to 4 minute dipping is carried out, and then these grapes are dried using solar dryer, or nowadays, there is lot of um, innovation has taken place, because drying can reduce these bioactive. So you see these bunches are ready for harvest. You will see huge bunches, and in the farm itself, the drying shed is being used, and then the chemical is sprayed. In this picture you can see, and then the drying takes place, and you get the variability in the dried grapes. You have blue, purple, black, and these are Thompson seedless grape raisins. So as I was talking that the grapes have about 2.5 to 7.5% of the stalks, and grape pomace, which ranges between 15 to sometimes 45% weight depending upon the variety, and the grape seed has about 6% of the total weight, and then there is wine prudings, the stocks, about 5 tons per hectare per year. So there is a huge amount of byproducts that are generated, and there have been recently a lot of sustainable approaches carried out for the circular economy, and use of these byproducts are promoted. Like for example, skin, the industries, right now the industries which we have visited, they are not doing it because grapes are so cheaply available, and processing the waste itself becomes more costlier. So right now in most of the industries, this pomace is given to the animal. They are using it as animal feed, but there is a possibility to use these antioxidant can be extracted from the skin, and can be used. So mostly right now the animal feed is going on, but this pomace, after wine making, taking out the juice, the pomace can be used for the fermentative production of bioactive. So biotechnological production can be done, and biomethane generation, it is suggested to use. So there is a possibility of integral valorization of grape process. These are only suggested things, but right now they have not been implemented in Maharashtra. Right now only the pomace that is generated is being given to the animals as an animal feed, or it is being just burnt. But there is a possibility that you convert it and extract the cellulose, or you separate the lignin, or that can be done. So these are some of the innovations, like green extraction techniques could be used for extraction of the bioactive instead of using the solvent based extraction, or the bioactives could be encapsulated, and a lot of functional food products can be made, or this waste can be converted into smart packaging. So grape pomace can be converted into a dietary fiber. You can separate out soluble cellulose and lignin from it, and that dietary fiber can be used as a functional ingredient into development of high fiber food products. Or one can extract the polyphenols, or grape pomace can be used as a source of polyphenol, and that can be used in making the functional food product. Grape seed, currently some companies are making oil from the grape seed, which is very very high in vitamin E, but the oil content is very less, and therefore you see that grapeseed oil is expensive. The grape skin can be used as natural pigment, especially the purple and red varieties, and that can be used as a natural colorants in the food product. So there have been lot of food products, you see in bakery, cosmetics, and animal feed and biofuel. There are a lot of emerging trends that are happening. So there is more approach towards using clean label grape products. I have not seen, at least in India, but in the Western world, there are shelves where you will see that the clean label fruit are being sold, and they are slightly expensive, but the same trend is coming in India as well. Functional beverages with grape polyphenols can be made, uh, and this I was talking about wine tourism. Is Sula Vineyard allow you to pay some money, and you can have a look at how the wine is being made, how the farm of the grapes is being vineyard being grown. So local craft wineries are available for the sale, and skincare and wellness products are being made by using the grape skin. So there is a lot of trend on circular economy approach in grape processing takes place. So this is, you will see that you can visit the Sula vineyard, which is very very beautiful. Some, shelves in Mumbai are selling these pommes fortified cookies, claiming that they are anti-aging. And you will see in the market lot of tablets and capsule which have anti-aging properties. Resveratrol, which is extracted from the grapes, it is being sold. Also we see in Mumbai market lot of, probiotic drinks, because these grapes contributes to the growth of lactic acid bacteria, and also the fiber in them acts as a prebiotic. So lot of symbiotic products are being sold using this blue and purple colored grapes. But you will see that even though Maharashtra is the capital for grape production, you will see lot of challenges. Grapes being waste, there is a limited cold chain, very very low awareness among farmers. Farmers grow it for, selling it for the table purpose, but there is very hardly any processing taking place, because it is considered that there is a high initial tech investment required, and that's problem in India. But the good news is that government of Maharashtra as well as government of India providing lot of schemes like PMFME scheme and Nidhi scheme. And there have been lot of startups in nutraceuticals have been promoted. And there is a lot of export happening recently in India. So what I would like to conclude that grapes are very very rich in antioxidant, high on bioactives, good for health. um, and India is one of the largest producing, fifth largest producing country in the world. uh, but there is a need from a food scientist and technology side to innovate new product and add value addition to these products, use these grapes in making value added nutritionally as well as economically sustainable food product. Because sometimes the methods or processing aid that we recommend is not affordable to the farmers, and therefore they cannot use. So therefore there is need for a good innovation that is affordable. And uh, we need to increase the quality as well as shelf life and functionality of these, magical berries. So there is a strong potential for entrepreneurship as well as rural development. So I am open for the questions on grapes if you have any.
There is a question, ma'am.
Yeah, I couldn't hear the question. Can you ask me that?
In chat box, it is there, ma'am. What
I
question?
will see. So there is one question from Homendra. There is a caramelization that generally takes place. You're absolutely right, because grapes has a very very high sugar content. So therefore, it is necessary that you use the optimum condition for the drying conditions. And there have been lot of research carried out on drying of the grapes for particular temperature. So solar dryers, vacuum dryers have been designed in such a way that the sugar doesn't get caramelized or doesn't, and that doesn't causes any more browning. Yes, there is one more question from Sanju P. Is there any nutrition loss while processing? Yes, uh, there is a huge amount of processing loss, and that is the case for all the fruits, including grapes. And grapes is a very, very delicate, fruit. We have worked in our research laboratory, and we have seen that the vitamin C content in the grape juice gets lost when for a few second heating for the grapes can grape juice can lose all the vitamin C content in the grape. So it is very very labile, heat labile. And even the bioactives are heat labile. So right now that is the challenge. The only you get is small quantity of uh, these polyphenols that are heat resistant. Tannins and minerals can remain. What was antioxidant and anti-inflammatory activity of the grapes? Yes, grapes, particularly the fresh grapes, if you consume, that has lot of polyphenols, tannins, and there were a number of bioactive compounds that are responsible for antioxidant. What does that mean? Yes, somebody asked what is antioxidant activity. So that means, so nowadays we have lot of stress in life, we get exposed ourselves to lot of chemicals and free radicals, and so when you have lot of stress in your body, the the free radicals are generated. So when you consume enough quantity of antioxidant, these free radicals are quenched. If there is no enough quantity of antioxidant in your body, these free radical can damage the cells, and therefore the chances for causing cancer, uh, that is more. So there is a cause for malignancy. Another question, shall we extract nutraceutical like resveratrol from grape skin? How it can be extracted? Yes, very good question. It is possible to extract resveratrol, and that's how there are some nutraceutical companies which are extracting this resveratrol and making capsules of the resveratrol. But you can, have a very out of the box idea where right now these capsules are very expensive. Resveratrol capsules are expensive, so you can definitely extract, and there are number of uh, extraction techniques are available for extraction of resveratrol. What is unprocessed grapes can be preserved at which temperature? Very good question. This question is from Rajneesh. The fresh grapes right now are being, as I said, refrigeration temperature is just 3 to 4 weeks, and fresh grapes at room temperature can stay between 1 to 3 days. So, not much processing has been seen. Only, you see modified atmosphere packaging has been done for grapes, nicely packed, grapes with the nitrogen flushing and carbon dioxide flushing have been seen. So only modified atmosphere packaging uh, is seen, but not more other advanced techniques have been used in the grapes.
Dear participants, we will share the ma'am's mail ID.
Yeah, there are a lot of questions, sir, and you can send me these questions, and I will try to address them, and we'll send them. We'll answer those questions and send you the file, because
Yeah, ma'am. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you so much, sir.
Moving ahead with the next technical talk, which is on technological advances and equipment used for processing of grapes. For this session, we have with us Dr. C.T. Ramachandra, Professor and Head, Department of Processing and Food Engineering, College of Agricultural Engineering, Bangalore. I would like quickly to introduce Sir to you. Sir done his PhD from IIT Kharagpur and postdoctoral research from USA. Professor has 19 years of teaching in UG, PG, and PhD students in agriculture engineering and food technology. Sir get numerous awards and recognition, including Jawaharlal Nehru Award for the best PhD thesis from ICAR in 2012, Outstanding Research Publication Award from VGST from Karnataka, Incentive Awards from US Bangalore 2018, and continuously from US Raisin from 2012. Sir published more than 103 research articles, 3 book chapters, 8 conference proceedings, which have a citation of 1663. Sir have 3 patents for various technological innovations, which includes the following: aloe vera gel pelleting machine, power operated aloe vera leaf slicing machine, subbaric storage system. Sir is actively in various professional bodies like AFSTA, ISAE, IEI, KSTA, and ISCA. I welcome you, sir, in this, and thank you for accepting our invitation. The session is over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir, for your nice introduction. I hope I am audible to all.
Yes, sir, you are audible. Kindly share the screen, sir.
Yes, sir, I will share my screen now.
Yes, sir. Okay, sir.
Okay, sir.
Yes,
No
sir.
problem.
Okay, sir. No
Yes,
problem.
Sir. Very good morning, all, and thank you very much, sir, for giving me an opportunity to share my experience, and especially on the technological advances and equipment used for processing of the grapes. This is a very important area wherein the equipment play a very important role. Some of the basic aspects of the grapes and other things already covered by our previous speakers, including the director from the NRC Grapes, Kaushik sir, and without wasting much time, I would like to go directly to the various unit operations involved in the particular processing of the grapes. So here, sir, this one particularly the unit operations, various unit operations in grape processing, and the corresponding equipment and the machinery play a very important role. And when we talk about this thing, the various the fruits, when we receive the fruit, after receiving, there is a cleaning operation, thermal extraction of the grapes, then the pulp extraction, filtering, heat treatment, and cooling, and like that there are several operations. Then coming to this particular unit operations wise, we have this reception and weighing. That's the first unit operation, wherein you can see a lot of equipments and the machineries, especially they are very much useful. Grapes are to be received from the farms, should be weighed properly and they documented. Next comes the sorting and grading. What are all the various equipments and machineries required for sorting and grading? And you can also see the various the operations, especially on sorting and grading, play a very important role. Nowadays, very advanced technologies like the color sorting, even with the use of artificial intelligence based sorting and grading equipments are also available, especially when optical sorting uses the camera and AI to remove the defective grapes, and then the ozone and UV sterilization, especially effective for the microbial decontamination. The laser grading systems assess the grape size, color, and the quality. So the first, after reception, the sorting and grading of the grapes and the corresponding equipments and the machinery play a very important role here. Then after that, we have this washing and cleaning, remove the dust, pesticides, and other microbial contaminants, and washed with chlorinated or ozonated water. And we can also use certain equipments, the ozonated equipment for washing and cleaning. Use of vibrating or rotary washing tanks can also be used. And the next important operation is called the de-stemming process. Remove the stems that can impart bitterness or the off flavor. So for this also, certain machineries are also available, wherein especially the crusher type de-stemmers, especially horizontal type or the vertical designs, both are available in this operation. The fourth important operation is called the de-stemming operation. The next one is the crushing process, wherein we have to break the grapes skin into to release the juices. Especially here, the roller crushers or the paddle type crushers are basically used here. Then for winemaking, crushing may be done with or without the skin retention. Then we can also use the inert gases, especially to prevent the oxidation during the crushing process. Adjustable crushing rollers are also available to ensure the gentle crushing without damaging the seeds. So after crushing, we have this maceration process that is very important, that they extract the phenolic compounds, especially in the red wine. Then skin contact with the pulp or juice for a few hours to several days. The maceration is also very important. So if you want to prepare the various value-added product, the set of machineries, especially advanced processing machinery with an efficiency, and also the clean and hygiene is very important in using the various equipments. That's the one thing. The next one is the processing method. So this processing method, especially the separate the juice from the skins, seeds, and the pulp. Then we can also use here the hydraulic or the pneumatic press. The pneumatic presses are also available. Then We can also use the membrane presses, then efficient separation of the juice with a minimal oxidation. Membrane processes or membrane processing technology can also be used. Then the bladder presses, the vacuum belt presses, screw press, and varieties of the pressing machines are also available. Depending upon our requirement, we can choose the set of the machineries which are used in especially pressing. The next comes the clarification or the filtration process. Especially here, we use this, remove the suspended solids, especially the enzymatic treatment, centrifugation or filtration can also be used. Then the cross flow membrane filtration type or the centrifugation type filtration will be very much useful in this particular processing technology, especially disc stack centrifuge, then cross flow filtration units, then rotary vacuum filters, and varieties of the clarification and the filtration type equipments are also used in the grape processing industry. Then the next very important is for the fermentation. So what type of equipments and machineries are used, especially the fermenters or the reactors for wine production, basically to convert the sugar into alcohol and CO2 using the yeast. We can also use the temperature controlled fermentation tanks, wherein we need to maintain the proper temperature and other physical conditions so that we can get the good quality product. We can also use the automated cap management systems to improve the extraction in the red wine fermentation. And we can also use the immersion fermentation techniques, allows the better skin contact and the color extraction. So the fermentation also play a very important role, and the corresponding equipments and the machinery, what type of machinery are used, that also matters a lot. So the next important thing is the preparation, the production of concentrated syrups or the preparation of the concentrated syrups, especially to increase the soluble solids or TSS for the storage and the syrup, then the vacuum evaporation. So the concentration also is a very important unit operation, wherein this particular the total soluble solids content will be increased. We can use the varieties of the evaporators, and specifically the vacuum evaporation at 55 to 60 degree centigrade to retain the flavor. Vacuum evaporation also play a very important role here. Then next comes the pasteurization. What type of equipments and the machinery used for pasteurization process? Basically, the high temperature, short time pasteurization, and the non-thermal methods also we can use. And some industries are also employing these techniques, that is high pressure processing, UVC, pulse electric field. These are all some of the advanced non-thermal methods of pasteurization, especially the HPP method, UVC, and pulse electric field. Then we can also have a plate and tubular pasteurizers, high pressure processing machines, PF systems also we can also use. Then next comes the important operations called the drying, that is for resin production. Varieties of dryers are also available, including a tray dryer or a freeze concentration dryer, mechanical dryer, dehumidified air dryer, freeze dryers. Like that, varieties of dryers are also available depending upon the grade, quality, and the what type of content we want to have. So depends on the drying method. Basically, the vacuum evaporators, freeze concentration, mechanical dryers, especially tray dryers, they are useful to dry the commodities, especially tray dryer or freeze drying equipment or mechanical type of dryers will be useful. Then we have a jam jelly cooking also. Various types of the equipments or the machinery for this particular operation. Here the boiling grape pulp with the sugar, acid, and the pectin. What type of machineries are especially used for jam jelly cooking is made out of the grapes, and monitoring the bricks consistency and the endpoint temperature, because the type of equipment and the type of machinery play a very important role, and their set parameters. It can be temperature or maybe relative humidity or any other parameter, which controls the quality, and precisely we need to maintain these kind of parameters properly so that we can get the good quality product. Then filling and sealing, of course, there is another speaker they're talking more on the packaging aspects, especially on the varieties of the packaging materials. I would also like to cover some of the important filling and sealing equipments, especially nowadays. Automation play a very important role. The automation of the grape processing industry without contamination or minimum handling by the laborers, so that we can maintain a good quality and hygiene production in the industry. So the filling and sealing lines are also very important, that transfer the product into the containers while maintaining the hygiene, or aseptic filling into bottles. Of course, aseptic filling or aseptic packaging also we can employ. The industries are already using it. Sealing using the capping or the heat sealing machines. After that, the cooling to a condition, room condition, so that rapid cooling using the water or air, the post filling, then prevent the overcooking or the microbial growth, so that we can get a good quality product after cooling. Then labeling and packaging, of course, this is also very important area. Labeling and packaging, varieties of the equipments and the machineries used in especially labeling and packaging. Bottles and jars are labeled, coded, and packed in cartons. Then provide the consumer information and protect the product, including the automation. If the automation is employed in the industry, what kind of labeling, packaging, everything very important. The last but one is the storage and the distribution. These two aspects, storage and distribution aspects, operations also needs a varieties of equipments or tools or the containers, the advanced processing machineries, especially to preserve the product quality and to extend the shelf life, and the cold storage for the juice or a wine, and then the dry storage for the resins and the jams. These kind of equipments and machineries also are very important here. And then accordingly, we need to choose a good quality equipments and machineries, advanced processing machineries also. So coming to the grape juice production, we have the operations like crushing and destemming. Destemming already explained. Grapes are crushed and stems are separated. We can choose the particular equipment or machines. As I mentioned, the horizontal type or a vertical type destemming machines are available. Pressing is also another important area. Juice is extracted using hydraulic or pneumatic press. Varieties of the pressing machines are available, and the best one is we can use the hydraulic or the pneumatic press. Then the clarification, another operation. Then wherein the suspended solids are removed using the enzymatic treatment or a filtration process. Then the what type of filtration units we use. The quality of the end product depends on the type of machineries what we use here. Then pasteurization, of course, I have already explained. That's a high temperature, short time pasteurization, even non-thermal. Also, the people are exploring the non-thermal processing technologies like the high pressure processing or the UVC treatment and other advanced treatment also. So the juice is heat treated at 85 to 90 degrees centigrade for a few seconds to inactivate the microbes, and then filling and packaging, hot filled into sterilized bottles or the Tetra packs, and they will be sealed here. Then filling and packaging, this is another area. Then in wine production also, what type of advanced processing machinery? In fact, we oftenly visit Sula Vineyard in Bangalore, near Bangalore, and we see a lot of advanced processing equipments and the machineries, especially to produce the good quality wine here. Especially if you want to have the red wine, white wine, the aging process also, what type of barrels we have to use, what is their the requirement, and all those things, equipments and operations completely the sterile conditions we have to maintain, and then complete quality, clean and hygiene we have to maintain, and accordingly the set of equipments we need to choose here. And coming to resin production, of course, we have the traditional drying techniques like sun drying, of course, not recommended, but we can have this mechanical drying, then dipping treatment also. With respect to drying process is concerned, as I mentioned, varieties of the dryers are also available, like tray dryer, ridge dryer, dehumidified air dryer, vacuum dryer. Varieties of dryers are also useful. Even in the preparation of the grape, jam and jelly production, the set of equipments, okay, what type of machinery we have to use, especially if we are looking for a complete automation in this particular line, then accordingly we need to choose a good quality machines like the extraction unit, that is the grape pulp extraction unit. Then de-seeding machines also is required. Then the boiling with sugar, the vat for boiling that particular extract with the sugar, then setting and cooling. Mixture is cooled after reaching the desired consistency, cooling process, filling and sealing. These are all some of the operations. Then grape concentrates, like the grape syrups and concentrates, especially vacuum evaporation. The juice is concentrated under reduced pressure to preserve the nutrients, and stored in an aseptic containers or the frozen for the later use. The storage conditions, what type of storage requirement, even the refrigerated storage conditions or even the cold rooms, what type of an environment we have to maintain after producing the end product. That also the equipments and the facility play a very important role. And then coming to the byproducts of the grape processing, that's a grape pomace, then tartaric extraction. So nowadays the varieties of the extraction equipments and the extraction machines are also available. Like we have the advanced supercritical fluid extraction techniques are available. The advanced solvent extraction machineries are the lines, total lines are also available. So depending upon the requirement, we can use the various machines and the equipments for the proper use of the byproducts of the grape processing area. This is another challenging area wherein the equipment play a very important role. Similarly, we have the products like the juice, wine, raisins, jam and jelly. These are all the varieties of the products. Like for example, in juice, we can use the Tetra Packs glasses. Of course, another speaker will talk a lot about on the packaging side, especially on the packaging materials. But the equipment side, machinery side, how these equipments will play a major role, in producing the good quality product, also play a very important role, and their performance. And one thing we have to keep in mind is that what are all the major repair, maintenance, the service related issues of that particular equipment and the machine one should be aware of, because after installation there may be several problems like machine problem, other problems will be there, but we have to ensure that there should not be any much problem in handling this machine. And especially the machine goes when there is a problem, when there is a breakdown in the machine, we should be capable of addressing those issues properly to keep the plant industry tracked into the working mode. So that's very important aspect, that is the equipment side. And of course, we have packaging and storage is concerned. We have the aseptic packaging, then MAP can also be applied. Then the smart labels, like we have the smart and intelligent packaging. Accordingly, we have the set of equipments and the the machineries for that particular product. So these things play an important role here, the equipment and machineries, especially aseptic packaging line or the MAP line or the smart labels. And coming to the recent advances, as I already mentioned, even some researchers and even in the industry people they'll be more working on the cold plasma treatment. That's a microbial inactivation. Cold plasma is another area. HPP, high pressure processing, membrane filtration, use of biodegradable packaging material. These are all some of the advanced areas which can be attempted. And few, of course, few industries they are already using this kind of techniques in their industry, especially the advanced processing technologies like high pressure processing, membrane filtration, use of biodegradable packaging material, and quality control and lab equipment. This is another area. So once we produce the product, any type of value-added product, the quality play a very important role, and the quality control equipments, lab equipment. What type of lab equipments and the machinery we need? Of course, every industry may not have all this facility, but the minimum facility like the FTIR or the NIR spectroscopy, HPLC, sensor-based wine analyzers, real-time monitoring of the fermentation process. Of course, we can also use the advanced technologies like the artificial intelligence, machine learning, IoT technology, because we have visited some wine industries nearby Bangalore. We have seen how they are using these kind of advanced technologies for effective production of the good quality the products. So we have to give importance of the various equipments and the machineries for the quality control side also. Otherwise, okay, we can also give the industry people can also give this particular product to outside some referral labs or the NABL labs. They can get it done their products outside. But if the industry, they have their own setup or the quality control lab and with advanced equipment, then definitely it will help them to produce their good quality product. So that's one thing, especially on the quality control side, the equipments needed for the quality control side. So coming to the byproduct, of course, polyphenol extraction, as I mentioned, supercritical carbon dioxide or ultrasonic assisted extraction techniques. So varieties of advanced processing technologies are already available. Many techniques are available. In fact, this polyphenol extraction technique, that is a supercritical fluid extraction, or maybe ultrasonic assisted extraction. Then the cold pressing of the nutraceutical products, cold pressing of the nutraceutical product, for the extraction of the grapeseed oil. Then bioreactors. Bioreactors are also for converting the pomace into ethanol or compost. Varieties of the equipments and the machineries for the byproduct utilization. And this is all from my side. I'm very happy to take the question instead talking much on the equipment side. Thank you very much, everyone. I'm very happy to take some questions.
Sir, there is one question, sir. Which type of membrane filtration can be used?
Pardon, sir?
Which type of membrane filtration can be used?
Membrane filtration, okay. Sir, in filtration, there are many techniques, sir, like microfiltration, ultra, even nanofiltration techniques are also available. Depending upon the situation, we can choose the type, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Sir, I can share the PPT. Some the participants are asking some PPT I can share.
Yeah, sir. We will share it to the participants, sir.
Sure, definitely, sir.
Thank you so much.
Questions in the chat board?
Sir, another one question is that, does the fermentation produce any gases besides CO2?
Yes, sir. Sometimes there are some trace gases. Depending upon the variety and other types. So we need to monitor properly through the gas sensors. And if that is the case, then we have to, thoroughly plan and see that the fermenter works properly, sir.
Dear participant, we will share the mail ID of our sir. You can directly communicate with the sir for the further questions.
Yes, sir. They can contact me.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I will share the PPT, sir.
Yes, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
I will share the PPT. Any equipments required or any information, if needed, they can contact me, sir. I can share my email ID, everything, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
Now we will proceed to the next technical session, which is on marketing and branding for Grape's value-added products. For this session, we have with us Dr. R. Jayanti, Associate Professor, Department of Management Studies, Coimbatore Institute of Technology, Tamil Nadu. I would quickly to introduce ma'am to you. She has 24 years of teaching experience in management education. Ma'am is expertise in strategic management, research method of new generation marketing, entrepreneurship development, and cooperative social responsibility. Ma'am published numerous papers, presented at conferences, and organized national level management events also. She authored Be Your Own Boss, Make Things Happen, a book based on the interviews with the 18th first generation entrepreneurs. And she also translated a book story named What I Did Not Teach You, written by former IAM director Professor Krishna Kumar, which is translated in the Tamil language. I welcome you, ma'am, in this and thank you for accepting our invitation. The session is over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Arun, sir. Very warm good afternoon to all the participants, all the dignitaries, and the one and all present here. First of all, I take this opportunity to thank the organizers for giving an opportunity for me to share a few words on the topic, marketing and branding of the value-added products from grapes. I'm sure for this 1 week online session, you would have had lots of technical information from all the speakers. Today, I'm going to just be confined to the topic of branding and marketing alone. And finally, my presentation is actually divided into 3 parts. Initially,
ma'am, kindly share your presentation, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am.
Arun sir, is my presentation visible?
Yeah, ma'am. Kindly share, put in slideshow mode.
Slideshow mode.
Yeah, ma'am.
Is it fine?
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay.
Fine, ma'am. Just move to the next slide, ma'am.
Yeah. Fine.
Okay,
I'll
ma'am.
just start. Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Sir, how much time I should go again with the presentation? If you give me the time, I'll stick to it.
You can proceed, ma'am. You can proceed.
Okay. So I would just start the basics of marketing. Even though many a times when we use the word marketing, we confuse it with sales. We think marketing and sales are the same, but actually there is a difference. As per the Philip Kotler, marketing guru, marketing and sales are 2 different things. And marketing is defined to be the bridge between production and consumption of goods and services. Actually, marketing should start with the market. It is not about the marketing is not that what you make and then sell. It is like you have to do research of what people want and then go back to your drawing board and create what people want and then price them competitively, making it easy for people to buy through distribution and informing them about the products through promotion. So in sales, what we do is that we make the products of what we make and then go to the market and sell them. But whereas in marketing, we differentiate by saying that we understand what people want and then customize the product according to what people want. So marketing is an activity that satisfies human needs through exchange process. On the one side, you have the buyers, collection of buyers in the name of industry. On the other side, you have the sellers with the product offering. So sellers actually given information about their products, communicate it to the market, and then the buyers will get the communication, and then they try to buy the product in exchange for money. And if there is any feedback about the product, the buyers will give the feedback to the sellers, and the sellers will actually modify the product and come back with the modified version of it. So marketing is a business function within the organization which deals with the customers. So it is one of the very key pillar. Marketing function is the key pillar of every organization. All the successful organizations, whichever organizations we look at, the major successful factor behind all the organizations is their marketing departments. They are successful because they had a very successful marketing departments with them. You take any businesses, the marketing department should be the key success factor. So today we have a lot of competition, and we are living in a world with full of brands and companies marketing their products to each other. So in this case, we actually have to be successful in marketing. We need to be driven by customer value and satisfaction as the major point. If we keep customer value and satisfaction as the major point, then definitely we'll be able to move ahead of our marketing goals. Arun sir, there is some disturbance in the voice. There's some disturbance in the sound.
From you can proceed, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
From your side only, ma'am. Your background noise is there. Background noise is there, ma'am.
Okay. Marketing activities are innovative and include conception, development, creation of ideas, goods and services, pricing, distribution, and promotion of products. So these are all the elements of marketing. So we start with the concept development and creation of ideas, and then we proceed with goods and services, pricing, distribution, and then promotion of the products to the people. So when we talk about marketing, we actually will specify about definitely about these 4 P. They are called as the marketing mix. So marketing mix actually talks about product, price, promotion, and place. So every seller has to finalize. There are set of questions which in everything the sellers have to ask, and they have to finalize these questions if they are able to answer internally what product they are offering, and what is the value proposition of that product to consumers, and what is the price at which they are going to offer the product to the customers, and what is the promotion strategy which they are going to undertake for marketing their products, and how they are going to distribute the products. So these are called as 4 P's of marketing, and they are very relevant for any marketer or any seller who wants to give their products to the market. Now, the 4 P's have been extended to 7 P's. So, where since service marketing concept has come, and in service marketing, we talk about the 7 P's of marketing, where we talk about extended P's. So, product, promotion, price, place, people, process, and physical evidence. So, these 7 P's are there. So, for example, we start with the first P, that is the product. So what is the good or service which the seller is going to offer? And the next is the cost of the product or service. We normally study the competitors and we try to fix the price according to the market offering. And then we looked at the promotion, the communication strategies which we employed. And we also look at the distribution channels which we are going to use. And in process, we are actually in people, we are actually going to talk about the individuals who are going to be involved in the service. And in the process, how the systems and procedures are going to be used. So in physical evidence, the tangible aspects of the service. So now from 4 P's, we have an extended 7 P's of marketing. So today's marketers have to consider not only 4 P's, but also at the 7 P's of marketing. Now, let's look at the marketing, and all these together, we call it as marketing. It covers marketing covers advertisements, which we see every day, and we know how we are all influenced by different advertisements and how in subconsciously the advertisements play with us and make us buy the products. So it's a very powerful promotion tool, advertisement. And the social media today is another powerful tool which is selling the products. And then we also have direct marketing, which is operating. And then we have the advertising, then the strategies, pricing, publicity, branding, and online marketing. So there are all these consist of the gamut of marketing. So marketing, the word is an umbrella term, which includes all the words which we have mentioned now. So together we call it as marketing of a product. So let's look at the importance of marketing in an organization. Marketing is the only function which brings revenue to the company. So we've got to be very careful about what marketing strategies we are going to use. Sound marketing is critical to all types of organizations. And financial success of every organization depends on its marketing. And marketing is the revenue center of the organization. So we now know how important marketing is. So these are all the important things which we have to do as a seller or a marketer. We need to be familiar with these activities. We need to understand first who are all our competitors, and we have to be familiar with competitor analysis. So there are various frameworks which are available for competitor analysis. So sellers can use any of the frameworks for competitor analysis. And then we need to analyze the market with a view of identifying the market segments and selecting the target markets. So in marketing, there is this 3-letter word which is very important, STP, which is segmenting, targeting, and positioning. That is, we cannot be everything to everybody. We need to segment ourselves. Like for example, Apple, the brand, it segments itself as a premium segment, and it offers only to customers who are looking for security and premium value. So likewise, and any seller has to segment the market, segment it according to the factors, targeted and positioning. And then after the segmentation, targeting and positioning, we will move to building and creating strong brands, because today everything is branding. From morning till evening, we live with brands. We literally are people with brands. So starting from the newspaper to the toothpaste to the mattress we sleep, everything is branding. So we need to build and create strong brands. And then we need to understand whether we are going to offer our products to B2C customers or B2B customers, that is consumer markets or organization markets. And then we also have to conduct market research to understand our buyer wants and behavior. So these are all the critical marketing activities which every seller has to do to understand this marketing. Then after the completion of those marketing activities, the pricing part comes. So pricing should not be very high or very low. It should be moderate level, where it should be commensurate with the offer or product's perceived value. Every customer will have a perception about the product and the price. If we go well beyond that, customers may not be willing to buy the product. And if we keep it very low, they will perceive that the product is of low quality. So they may not buy. So we have to be very careful about how we are pricing the products. So next, then the distribution comes into place. we distribute the products, distribute, place or deliver the products to the target market what we have selected through various channels of distribution. So there are various channels of distribution which we can use. We can either give it to wholesalers, or we can give it to retailers, or we can do direct marketing, or there are different marketing channels which we will give it to the people. Then we next we move on to promotion part. We have to promote and communicate the product to the target market through advertisement, sales promotion events, personal selling, public relations, trade shows, exhibitions, etc. So alongside our distribution channel, if we have a proper promotion and communication channel through these methods, definitely the products will have upper mind space of the consumers. So next is the branding part. So now we have a roadmap for how we are going to market our products, and we saw that branding is very important. So it's a process of creating a clear, distinctive, and durable perception in the minds of consumers. And so in brand, we all these consider the brands. For example, the corporate name, the way in which we write the name of the company, the logo which is used in the product, distinctive colors like very vibrant colors. For example, Coca-Cola uses the red color as its vibrant color, and slogan and musical jingle which comes along with the product, and unusual qualities and product uniqueness like intellectual property rights or the secret formula of the product, then packaging, attractive packaging, then the mascots. Mascots are the the figures, the elements which comes. For example, in Amul, we find that Amul girl with a polka dotted frock. She is a mascot for Amul. And then the memorable name of the product or service. All these form a part of the brand, and we have to be very careful and what name we are going to choose for our brand. So brand should be a very vibrant interaction between the customer and the seller. So sellers, if they choose a very successful brand, then the buyers will be able to remember the name of the brand, because they only carry the image of the company in their minds. So almost all the sellers, they try to buy the mind space of the buyers through branding. So it's a very powerful tool used by the company to have the mind space of the buyers. Just would like to have a glimpse of various brands which we use from morning till night. And we start our day with personal hygiene or personal care products. And then we move on with our breakfast, where we have again brands there. Then when we go to office, we again are engaged with various brands in our office. And again at 12 o'clock, we have a juice in the form of a brand, or maybe a green tea which comes in the form of a Tata tea in the office. Then we have this products which we use mid-afternoon and evenings, snacks, and then the television which we are watching, and then the mattress we keep. From morning till evening, brands are very powerful, and they actually live with us, and we live with brands. So it's a very powerful strategy for any marketer to brand their products properly, so that the products will have a better mind space of the customers. So brand names, as we rightly pointed out, the brand name should be very unique and memorable, very short and crisp, like Nike, Amul, etc. Then the logo. Logo is a symbol or icon for recognition, which comes along with the brand. Then the tagline, short phrase expressing brand essence, like Nike. When we say just do it, everybody remembers it's about. And the color fonts which we use as a part of the brand should be consistent. It should be consistent in all across our marketing communications. Since we have omni-channel marketing communication, the visual identity should be consistent. We have to ensure that the consistency of colors and fonts in all the marketing communications throughout. And the tone and personality, the brand should be actually communicate a very friendly, it can communicate a friendly tone, or it can communicate a premium, or sometimes bold. The personality, all these speaks, every brand has a personality, and it speaks about the personality of the brand. Bold, traditional, etc. For example, the Ramraj dhotis, a very successful brand, they are branding persons. And today, with just one single dhoti, now they are offering 100 varieties of product differentiation in dhotis. And across India, they are marketing, and they actually are branding through traditional key criteria which they have come out with their branding strategies, and their products are appealing to different age groups, and product customization is also done. So a simple product like dhoti, how they are able to innovatively think, and they are trying to offer it in 100 different varieties and product differentiation for every variety is really a case study to wonder. So branding actually pays off, and actually time, money, and effort spent on branding actually comes back when the process is done intelligently because of things that it creates. And brands actually initially branding may be looked at as an exercise with a lot of time, money, and effort. But once a proper brand is created, then definitely the effort of branding pays off. Behind every successful brand creation, for example, there is a brand in Tamil Nadu which sells masala powders called Shakti Masala, and the Shakti Masala has actually created a brand which is very friendly brand. They have actually always used their brand ambassadors as people who are in the city field, and they are very people likability of the general public to the people and all. Based on that, they have actually started with Archie, and then they went off with Jyotika, and their branding strategy is actually saying them now they are actually differentiating their products, and they are creating sub brands from one Shakti Masala. Now they are able to create a new brand which is called Spice Club, and from Spice Club they have created something called Vilva. So initially they have created a very strong brand, and from that strong brand now they are able to branch out so many other brands. So it's very important to create a very strong brand. And memorability, it is easier to remember the branded company than the non-branded one. The moment when somebody asks what product, the next question comes to the mind is which brand. Which brand? Even in any product you take, the next question which customer asks is which brand. So there's always a better option for a branded product to sell well in the market than a non-branded product. Kevin Care is one company which we know in across India itself, but it's a Tamil Nadu company. And Kavin in Tamil means Alagu. So they've started with shampoos, cosmetics, personal brand, hair products, and all that. And then they have actually diversified into even pickles. And they have diversified today. The next generation of Kevin Care is actually into saloon business with green trends and all that. So a brand is something which is remembered by people, and loyalty. With positive experience with a memorable brand, the people will repeat the brand. And since the market is flooded with so many products, people remember products which gave them a good value for money and solve their problems. Then they will not shift too much with the brand, and they'll be loyal to the brand which gave them satisfaction. So when people are satisfied with a particular brand, there's less chance that they'll skip and go to competing brands. They'll stay together with the brands. So loyalty is one major advantage of people when they go for branding. Then branding creates familiarity. For example, the Amul, Arun ice creams, Baskin Robbins, KFC, all these are familiar names with the younger generation. And familiarity creates liking, and this makes even non-customers to recommend a brand they know. So even though we are not a customer, still due to familiarity of the particular brand, we will just recommend the brand to other people. And the research says that among all the marketing communications, the word of mouth is a very famous marketing communication, very popular, very impactful communication, which creates an impact in the minds of the customers. So word of mouth is very powerful, and word of mouth brings lots of sales. Next, branding creates premium image and premium price. Brand can take you out of becoming commodity and price competition. Customers are willing to pay more for a well-known brand. The best example is Apple phones, Apple laptops, Apple iPods, and Apple iPads. People don't even question about whether the product has is made in China or it has Samsung spare parts in it. The moment it's Apple and their trust is very high and they are willing to pay very high price for the brand. So brand matters a lot. And pricing depends on the brand. Excuse me. Now, if you are extension ability, that is the ability to expand a well-known brand to cover a new category, product, service, or locations. So this is very applicable. This extension ability is very applicable to Tata products. Tata is actually doing business in so many. It's a conglomerate, and the business is from Tata Motors to Tata Finance. Today we have so many products which come under the arm of Tata. So the moment when we hear the name Tata, we actually fix the trust with it, with the brand, and we will buy the products because they come from Tata House. So that is the power of extension ability. So any brand which is very successful will be able to come out with more new category of product or service because they already have proved themselves in some other business. Customers will remember the name and they'll buy other products for Tata's name. So Tata is there in watches, Tanishq jewelry. Anywhere we go, the name Tata and the product comes out. We think trustworthy products and we buy them. That is extension ability. And greater company equity means a powerful brand means that you can get more money from your company when you decide to sell it. When you have created a powerful brand, it's possible when you are exiting the business will get good valuation if your brand is a proven brand. For example, in Coimbatore, we had a very powerful, successful company in the name of Ampere Vehicles, and Madam Hamlata Annamalai was the founder of that company. And Madam successfully ran the company and she marketed the products in the name of Ampere Green Vehicles. And when ma'am wants to exit the business, she's a serial entrepreneur. She actually sold it to Greaves Cotton. She got a very good valuation for the company. So when a brand is created by an individual, during sales, the price will be high. Lower marketing expense. Once a brand has been created, you may get more repayment for every finance resources you use afterwards. So that is the advantage. Initially, the cost may be high, but later on, when the sales volumes increase, the fixed cost of creation of a brand will get eaten away by the volume of sales. So ultimately, the marketer wins. And lower risk and greater confidence for customers. People tend to buy from a well-known company over a no-name one. So this is a proven fact. Right from the food we take to the car we buy, we look for brands which are proven their mind, and we don't want to go and buy a non-branded one. So let's look at the contemporary marketing, which is actually today everybody speaks about digital marketing. Of course, we have some powerful traditional marketing, but along with the powerful traditional marketing media, today all the companies are going digital and they're spending money on digital marketing. So companies which already had big stores are also coming into e-commerce space and they are into digital marketing. So let's look at digital marketing. So it actually refers to online marketing campaigns.
Kindly share your screen, ma'am.
So actually it is, I am sharing the slides, sir.
Yeah. Sorry for the disturbance. Kindly share your screen again, ma'am.
Okay. Now, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes. Sir, yes. Should I go with slide share again?
Yeah, ma'am. You share the screen again, ma'am.
Okay. Can you see the screen, sir?
Yeah, ma'am. Visible, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
A slide. Put in slideshow mode, ma'am.
Yes, sir. I put in slideshow mode actually. For me, it's in slideshow mode. It's showing like that. Here I put in slideshow mode from current slide. In my screen, actually, it is in slideshow mode. Can you see in slideshow mode, sir? Is it not like that? Should I go back and do it, sir?
Yeah, ma'am. Go back and come.
I'll do it.
Kindly stop the share, ma'am, and again please share the screen.
Yeah, sure, sir. Sure. I will. Then now have you received the slideshow mode?
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah,
Now,
ma'am. You can proceed, ma'am.
Fine. So today everybody speaks about digital marketing, and digital marketing is the in thing now. So typically refers to online marketing campaigns that comes in our computers, phones, tablets, or any other devices. And it can be online videos or display ads, search engine marketing, paid social ads, and social media posts. And they are contemporary marketing techniques which increases sales of today's marketers. And the advantage of digital marketing is digital marketers actually have a clear picture of how each digital marketing campaign supports their goals. And depending on goals of their marketing strategy, marketers can support a larger campaign through free or paid channels at their disposal. So their data-driven part of marketing is the advantage of digital marketing. And so, omni-channel digital marketing strategy, marketers can collect valuable insights into target audience behaviors while opening the door to new methods of customer engagement. Companies can also increase retention using the digital marketing strategies. So, we have various types of online marketing or digital marketing. So, we start with email marketing, where the email of the target customers, we send the marketing communication to the emails of the target customers. We also have influencer marketing, where we pay through payments, the influencers promote our brands in the same category. And we have viral marketing, when we have a post where people try to make it viral and market for it. And marketing, which comes mobile phones, we receive the messages, and radio and TV ads, electronic billboards, search engine optimizations, pay per click, social media, we create posts, and content marketing. We write blogs about the product, and through blogs we market our products. So there are different categories of online marketing which marketers use according to the products what they choose. So digital media actually is very powerful today because it facilitates social interaction and empowers people. And digital media gives people a voice, increases civic participation, and facilitates the creation of communities. And today we cannot live without digital media. So it's very important to use digital media for marketing of our products. And today we find that when people use digital media, there's an extended reach, and then the ads are exposed to many audiences, and they provide unique advantages in stressing different benefits based on different characteristics of each medium. And to add gross impressions if the other media is cost efficient. And we try to reinforce the messages by using different creative stimuli. All the successful brands today very extensively use digital media for their success. And now I've come to the last part of my presentation. So far, what we've seen is what is marketing and what are the 4 P's of marketing, and what are the 7 P's in services marketing, which we have to be very familiar. And what is segmentation, targeting, and positioning in marketing, and how brands are using segmentation, targeting, and positioning to market their products. And then we saw what is branding, what are the elements of a brand, and how powerful are the brands today, and why you should go for powerful branding. And next we saw the various digital media techniques we have, and extensively we need to use digital media to market our products successful in the contemporary world. So now let's look at the last part of the presentation where I've customized it to marketing and branding for the value-added products which we make from grapes. I've just included, even though Arun sir did not tell me the word organic, I've just included the word organic because when we go niche, the product sells fast. So niche marketing always pays off. And today everything, when you put the word organic, premium, I mean, sustainability is the talk of the town. So definitely we should go in for. So I've just used it for organic because it pays well. And it's very sustainable also. So the organic grape market is influenced by various trends and drivers that shape its growth and profitability. And some of the key trends and drivers include increasing demand. Customers today are asking for organic products, and growing awareness about health benefits of organic products. And
Ma'am, sorry
there
to
is
disturb you.
rising. Yes, sir.
We have a lot of speakers, ma'am. Can you please move forward for the?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. So I'll just go forward. So these are all the beverages which can be made and which can be. So these are all the products which can be made out of the grapes, and they're all if marketed and branded properly, they'll definitely will be more successful. So in different markets like cosmetics and wellness. So the target audience here, I mean, health conscious customers who are who want healthy choices, then environmentally aware customers, then people who are foodies who taste different foods, and parents who want organic products for their children, and millennials and Gen X population who always are asking for organic options. So we try to segment the market based on those segmentation as premium market, health conscious customers, kids and teens, and cosmetic buyers, and we offer products according to these markets. So we go with health-oriented branding, like emphasizing antioxidants, vitamins, and heart health. And we use regional identities like Nashik Valley wine. And we use sustainable branding and highlight eco-friendly practices and grape-based reuse. So all these are powerful stories for the brand. And luxury branding, for wine, branding, or cosmetic products, we go for elegant packaging or storytelling. The packaging should also support for our products. If it is organic and sustainable, packaging should also be sustainable. And in case of promotions, we use digital marketing, social media campaigns, and the powerful, which I think is exhibitions and agri fairs and celebrity endorsements. We can distribute to retail outlets, e-commerce platforms, specialty stores, or we can go for export markets. So value addition in grapes transforms into profitable, durable, and diversified products. With strategic branding, linked to health, luxury, or origin, and smart marketing with digital, visual, or niche targeting, business can tap into global and domestic markets successfully. So I think with this, I have come to the end of my presentation. Thank you so much for patient listening, and I can take if there are any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for attending our session.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Now we will proceed to the next technical talk, which is on banking and financial assistance to micro enterprises. For this session, we have with us Mrs. Durga Uma Maheshwari, Assistant General Manager in NABARD, currently posted as District Development Manager in Tanjavur District. I would like quickly to introduce ma'am to you. She is a postgraduate in structural engineering, and ma'am got a gold medalist in both undergraduation and post graduation. She is an experience of 10 years of service in NABARD. During her tenure, she handled various portfolios like the state government infrastructure projects, which has worked in Chennai and Mumbai. I welcome you, ma'am, in this, and thank you for accepting our invitation. The session is over to you, ma'am. Durga ma'am, you can start the session, ma'am.
Audible?
Yeah, ma'am, audible, ma'am.
Yeah, good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon to all the participants. First of all, I thank NIFTEM and the organizers for inviting me for giving this speech on banking and financial assistance to micro enterprise. So, as Mr. Arun has already given a brief introduction, I am Durga Uma Maheshwari. I'm working in NABARD as Assistant General Manager, and currently I have been posted in the Tanjavur district as a district development manager, which is a one-man office in Tanjavur district. So let us quickly go to the presentation. So first of all, I would like to give a brief introduction about NABARD to all. So NABARD was established in 1982 by passing an act of parliament in the year 1981. We are an apex institution, and we are an apex development bank for promoting agriculture development in the rural India. Our core mandate is to promote the rural prosperity in a sustainable manner through various supports like both the financial as well as development support to the eligible institutions. Our major functions are providing refinance to the banks. That is one of the core functions of NABARD. So refinance products includes various short-term agriculture operations, long-term agriculture operations, medium-term operations. So that will be directly given to the banks. And direct finance also we are providing to the eligible entities like state governments for development of their infrastructure in the rural India. So apart from direct finance, we are also we have a core product called a Rural Infrastructure Development Fund, which promotes 39 eligible activities, out of which agriculture processing facilities are also one of the eligible activities. So that is also one of the those things are also core functions of the NABARD. And apart from that, we have a certain capacity building program for various micro enterprises, and we also promote farmer producer organizations, self-help groups, and also nowadays, as a part of Government of India initiative, we are promoting green climate projects wherever any projects involving green climate, related to climate interventions, we are supporting that kind of projects. So with this kind of introduction, I'll move on to the today's topic. And so NABARD has some financial assistance for food processing micro enterprises. So I'll quickly cover certain products which are available. So the first product is Food Processing Fund, that is FPF. This was set up in 2014 with a corpus of 2,000 crore in NABARD by Government of India. The primary objective of setting up of this kind of fund in NABARD is to boost the food processing industry in the agriculture sector, particularly within the designated food parks. So designated food parks can include mega food park, agro processing clusters, then food processing special economic zones, and any other areas designated by MOFP with the enabling infrastructure. So any kind of infrastructure, if you want to develop for setting up any infrastructure development, like if you want to set up any processing unit, if you want to develop an existing infrastructure, or if you want to modernize the existing processing units, those units that are functioning in the designated parks are only eligible to be covered under food processing fund. So the eligible borrowers are state government, state-owned entities, even central government-owned entities are also eligible, and other special purpose vehicles, cooperatives, FPOs, private entrepreneurs are also eligible for applying under this food processing fund. The catch here is it provides a concessional rate of interest. If it is a state government, the interest rate would be up to 5%. Sorry. If it's for other SPVs or any private entrepreneurs, it would depend on the prime lending rate, as well as the risk premium also will be added. The eligible project cost would be restricted to 75% of the eligible project. The loan amount would be restricted to 75% of the project cost for private entrepreneurs. So this is a term loan product from NABARD, and the loan repayment period is up to 7 years, which has a moratorium of up to 2 years. So with this kind of food processing fund in NABARD, it promotes value addition. That is the primary objective there, to promote the value addition by reducing the post-harvest losses and to improve the shelf life of the produce. This kind of food processing fund is introduced in NABARD. Next. So next we have is MSME loans for food processing. It is similar to food processing fund that we have seen earlier. So this is a loan, and it also has a subsidy component also. 25% of capital subsidy component is also covered for this kind of MSME loans. So the eligible activities are not only for infrastructure development of purchasing of machineries. It also gives a working capital assistance for all the entities. That is, if you want any financial assistance for running the day-to-day operations of your whatever micro enterprise or any industry, if you want to run if you want to meet out your daily operations, that working capital requirement also can be met out with this kind of funds. So other eligible activities are like other processing of fruits, vegetables, anything. Then we have this Prime Minister Pradhan Mantri formalization of micro food processing enterprises, that is PMFME scheme. So we already know that this is an initiative by government to support unorganized food processing sector in the country, and it is announced as a package of Atmanirbhar Bharat to provide financial, technical, and business support to these enterprises. So this is jointly implemented by MOFPI and NABARD. So what NABARD's role is that we work to establish, as I already told, we are actively promoting farmer producer organization and self-help groups. So those FPOs or SAGs who wanted to establish any micro enterprise for their development. So for promoting them, we work to establish a credit linkage platform between the banks and these micro entrepreneurs, so that the funds can reach the eligible units and they can access the financial resources and they can improve their business activities. So the key points, the key financial parameters, many of you may be knowing. So this scheme has a 35% credit linked capital subsidy for an individual unit of up to 10 lakh. Then for SAGs who are involved in these food micro enterprise activities, the members can get up to 40,000 rupees per month. And apart from the support, we can also, there is a support for common infrastructure establishment also, which can go up to a maximum limit of. So apart from these financial components, there are training and capacity building components also. These whenever we are going for any setting up of any units, basically we need training. So these training components are also covered under the PMFME scheme. So far I've talked about all the business products, that is loan components that are available, that can be processed through NABARD. Now I'll just there are very few grant components which are available for setting up of any micro enterprises. That is, one is enterprise development program. This is one of the powerful initiative that was developed in NABARD, and it aimed for equipping rural communities, especially women, especially self-help groups. So the basic objective is to promote the capacity building, to train the rural women and SAGs for to build a strong entrepreneurial capacity, to build a entrepreneurship capacity among the SAGs. This program was designed, and this program gives hands-on training apart from theory classes also. Be it any, for example, if they are getting a training on a bakery product, or if they are getting a training on pickle making, they will be giving a hands-on training, experiencing a hands-on training for each and every training component. So the basic purpose will be, the one of the eligible activity will be that whatever enterprise training that are being identified should generate income after establishing this enterprise. So by establishing such enterprise, so anybody will be automatically going to the bank for credit linkage. So automatically it promotes the financial inclusion also. So these are some of the key objective of MEDP, and NABARD gives grant assistance to NGOs, self-help promoting institutes, KVKs, and nowadays we are also concentrating on startups who wanted to promote this enterprise also. So next is, we are going to LEDP. This is Livelihood Enterprise Development Program. So apart the earlier component I was talking about is just to establish a micro enterprise, what are all the trainings they are required. But this is like to create a sustainable livelihood for this rural SAGs. What are all the support that can be given? So it provides end-to-end support, right from capacity building till they establish till they go for enterprise setup and getting a financial linkage, that means credit linkage from bank, market access, and branding, marketing, to all kind of extent this product is being developed in NABARD. So this is like instead of giving a training on one particular activity, we identify group of members who wanted to develop any cluster. So it's a cluster based training with a long term hand holding. It is not like you give training and you just leave them. we give end-to-end support, right? And we will monitor the progress also. The financial release also will be based on the progress that they show in this program. So it will be basically to create a sustainable livelihood. So these are all the products available in NABARD for setting up any micro enterprise. So thank you for, I'll end this slide with this, and I'll leave this presentation to the organizing team also. So if anybody wants, you can, my mail ID is available with them. You can contact them for any queries also. I will be responding to that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now we will proceed to the next technical talk, which is on role of APEDA in agri-export procedure. For this session, we have with us Mr. Muttaya, Assistant Manager, APEDA, Regional Office, Chennai. I welcome you, sir, in this, and I thank you for accepting our invitation. The session is over to you, sir.
Sir, thank you, sir.
Yeah, sir, you can proceed, sir.
Okay. Thank you, NIFTEM. Thank you, PMFME, for this opportunity. So, good afternoon, participants. I am Muttaya from APEDA Regional Office, Chennai. So, I am presenting APEDA's presentation on role of APEDA and export procedure. Number 2, export opportunities for export of fresh grapes and grape value added product. And thirdly, APEDA's financial assistance scheme. As you are well aware, Agricultural and Processed Food Product Export Development Authority was established by the Government of India for export of agri and processed food product from India. So our main mandate assigned function is promotion of export-oriented quality production and fixing of standard and specification for the scheduled product for the purpose of exports, and promotion of export-oriented production and development of scheduled products. And we are giving training on various aspects of the industries connected with the scheduled product. Second, issue of certificate. APEDA is issuing registration cum membership certificate for export of agri and agro products. So the registration of persons, exporter, FPOs, startups as exporter of the scheduled product of APEDA. And the promotion of GI product. As you are well aware, geographical indication product tags convey a distinctiveness attributes to its origin in that defined geographical locality, region or country. Promoting GA product fall under the category of APEDA scheduled product, that is cereals, fresh fruits and vegetables, floriculture, processed food products. So we are promoting agri GA product from India. And market access, market development and promotion. So improving of marketing of the scheduled product outside India, we are taking participating various international exhibition to promote our agri and processed food product. And fourth, creation and development of infrastructure through government agency as well as private entrepreneur. APEDA is giving financial assistance to our registered members and state government agency, agri universities and center and state institutes for creation of new infrastructure facility. Next, convergence of FPO as exporters. APEDA is initiating more programs for promotion of farmer producer organization product to various international destinations. Further, APEDA play a significant role in promotion of FPO's agri product and convergence of FPO as export member to export their product directly. And the implementation of NPOP. APEDA is promoting organic product and national program for organic product. APEDA is giving certification for promotion of organic products. Next, financial assistance. APEDA is giving financial assistance. In third part, I will brief the APEDA financial assistance schemes. So we are looking after all fresh fruits and processed food product. These are our scheduled product. Fruits and vegetable and their product, meat and meat product, poultry and poultry product, dairy product, confectionery biscuits and bakery, honey and jaggery sugar product, cocoa and its product, chocolate of all kinds, alcoholic and non-alcoholic beverages, cereal and cereal product, groundnut, peanut, walnut, pickled chutneys and papad, guar gum, floriculture and floriculture product, herbal and medicinal plants, green pepper in brine, cashew nut and cashew value-added products. So top APEDA export product destination, we have from India, we are exporting non-basmati rice is the major product. Second, basmati rice. So third, buffalo meat, miscellaneous preparation, cereal preparation, processed vegetable, pulses, groundnut, processed fruit juice, nuts, and guar gum. So major our export destination countries, UAE, Saudi Arabia, United States, Iraq, Vietnam, Malaysia, Benin, Bangladesh, Iran, and Indonesia. This is a major destination. So then how to start a export business? One small points. First of all, establishing an organization, opening a bank account, and obtaining a permanent account number. So fourth is important, obtaining a import-export code number. So for export of any product from India, we have to apply for IEC. And registration membership certificate, which product if you are interested, that Export Promotion Authority, you have to apply for RCMC. So next, selection of product, selection of market for your product, finding buyers and sampling, pricing and costing, negotiate with buyers, covering risk through your export consignment through ECGC, Export Credit Guarantee Corporation. For APEDA registration, for merchant exporters, we need only required document is import-export code number. So we are issuing RCMC through DGFT portal, online process only. So our registration is valid for 5 years and our registration fee is 5,900. This is a sample APEDA RCMC certificate. It that what are the product if you want to register, that numbers it's mentioned here. So there are two type of exporters. One is merchant exporter, another one is manufacturer exporter. For registration of manufacturer exporter, we need certain document for registration as a manufacturer exporter. For our product is floriculture or seed, you have to submit Department of Horticulture certificate. Suppose fruits and vegetable, Department of Agriculture and Horticulture. If your product are processed fruits and vegetable or processed food product, meat product, cereal preparation, you have to submit FSSI. And a dairy and poultry product, FSSI or EAC or EAA certificate. Alcoholic beverages, Department of Excise Commissioner. Cereal product maximum, Udyog Aadhar certificate or FSSI or District Industrial Center certificate. So regarding second part now, grapes. So grape, we are the largest producer of grape in the world. Major producing states are Maharashtra, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, and Andhra Pradesh. So our major variety is Thompson seedless, Flame seedless, Sarat seedless, Sonaka, and Black seedless. So export highlights, India export fresh table grapes mainly to European Union, Russia, Bangladesh, and Middle East, and Saudi Arabia. We are exporting fresh grapes. Next. So our major export growing states are Maharashtra, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Mizoram. Maharashtra ranked the first in terms of production, accounting more than 67 of our total production from Maharashtra state. And Karnataka is the second largest producer of grapes with a share of 28% in 2023-24. Grape is one of the important fruit occupying 2.5% of the total area of fruit production in 2023-24. So production wise, that state wise production information is given. Maharashtra is 2,489.27 with production, and Karnataka, followed by Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Mizoram, Telangana, Punjab, Jammu and Kashmir, Madhya Pradesh, and Manipur. So India's total export, total destination and exports. And value added, we are exporting to Morocco, Saudi Arabia, Bangladesh, Vietnam, and Sri Lanka. And major fresh grapes export, UAE countries, Saudi Arabia, USA, Iraq, Vietnam, Netherlands, Russia, and UK, and UAE and Bangladesh, fresh grapes. So these are export statistics, fresh grape exports from the state-wise data we have provided. So Maharashtra is the leading state for export of grapes, and followed by West Bengal, Uttar Pradesh, Orissa, and Bihar. All distribution of grapes and value-added grapes products. So fresh grapes, United States, Germany, Netherlands, United Kingdom, Canada, and China. And dried grapes, India is the 4th rank. So on the third part, we are giving financial assistance to our export members and state government agency. There are 3 types of financial assistance scheme. One is export infrastructure development, quality development, and market development. So under infrastructure scheme, for setting up of integrated pack house and processing facility for addressing missing, for setting up of integrated pack house for collection of cleaning, washing, sorting, and grading, pre-cooling, packing, and cold storage. APEDA is giving financial assistance of the 40% of the total ceiling, maximum 2 crore, 200 lakhs. APEDA is providing financial assistance. And the same way, purchase of insulated reefer van transport mobile pre-cooling unit, including special vehicle for livestock carriers. In that also, the assistance will be 40% of the total cost. Maximum ceiling will be 2 crore. So in that food processing facility addressing missing gap, APEDA is giving financial assistance for purchase of upgradation of facility, for purchase of X-ray machine, screening equipment, shortcuts, IQF, cooking balancing line, and the metal detector, sensor, vibrator. We are giving financial assistance, 40% of the total cost. Maximum ceiling will be 2 crore. Same way, we are giving financial under quality development. We are giving financial assistance for testing of water, soil residues of pesticide, veterinary drugs, hormone, toxin, heavy metal, microbial count, etc. for APEDA scheduled product. So the assistance will be 50% of the total cost, subject to ceiling of 5,000 per sample. We are giving financial assistance. And another thing, laboratory for export testing and in-house lab equipment. So APEDA is giving financial assistance for APEDA recognized lab for strengthening laboratory and infrastructure for export certification. The assistance will be 50% of the cost, maximum of rupees 1 crore, 100 lakhs we are providing for APEDA recognized lab. In that exporters, APEDA registered exporter for upgradation of in-house laboratory, we are giving financial assistance, 50% of the total cost, maximum ceiling will be 50 lakhs. And assistant for trial shipment covering multimodal transport. APEDA is giving financial assistance for trial shipment by exporters for testing new market, new product. So in the assistant will be 50% of the total cost, subject to ceiling of 10 lakhs. So these are all processing of fruits and vegetable pack house photographs. And a reefer van photo also is showing. So the financial assistance will be exporter belong to northeastern states and Himalayan and landlocked states, union territories, and SC/ST and women beneficiary. We are giving 75% of the total cost. So normal exporter 40% will be we are the ceiling, but this category we are giving 75% of all activities. So APEDA is implementing all online e-governance process only for registration of such paperless work only. So online we are issuing certificate through online only, whether registration and certificates, that is a COE, certificate of export for peanut, and RCSE for registration cum allocation certificate for export of basmati rice. This all certificate issuing APEDA portal online only, and the traceability system, it's available. And the Farmer Connect portal for promotion of farmer producer organization, and the farm registration we are maintaining for GrapeNet. That farm registration, we are registering the farms. And Agri Exchange portal, we are providing all export statistical information and the buyer's information, and the exporter can register as a seller. They can register in using through their login credential. And the grievance redressal to stakeholders, APEDA is organizing every Wednesday 11 to 12 to represent exporters' issues online. So Agri Exchange portal website serve an online platform market intelligence related to Indian agriculture and the processed food product. It provides detailed information on export of product, country profile, trade statistics, market report, and trade leads. The platform connects Indian exporter with a global buyer, offering resource for navigating international market and facilitating trade process. And this is a Farmer Connect portal. Any FEOs, they can register online in APEDA portal. So that manual and guidelines provided for FEO registration. So these are major agri website for export related websites: Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Indian Institute of Packaging for various packing standard, Export Inspection Council for issuance of health certificate and other related issues, and Export Credit Guarantee Corporation of Limited for Export Credit Guarantee Corporation of India website, and the Indian Institute of Millet Research, India Trade Portal, Director General of Foreign Trade for issuance of IEC and RCMC issuance, National Horticulture Board, Spices Board, National Center for Cold Chain Development, and the Directorate of Plant Quarantine for issue of phytosanitary certificate related information is available, and export of marine product, APEDA website is provided. So APEDA Chennai office located in Sastri Bhavan, Nungambakam. We are looking after Tamil Nadu and Pondicherry activities. So if you have any queries on export registration or export related, you can contact through email or our phone number is provided. So thank you for this opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for attending our session, sir. Now we are moving to the second technical talk, which is on PMFME scheme guidelines and the futures. Now would I like to invite Mr. Amol Chidwar, State Lead, PMFME, Government of Maharashtra. I would likely introduce Sir to you. Sir holds a degree in Master of Business Administration in Operation Management and Supervision. Sir is a food technologist with 18 years of experience. Sir is expertise in designing of micro to mega food processing projects along with the cold storage, packing houses, and onion storage infrastructure projects. Currently, Sir is serving as a State Lead Manager for PMFME, Maharashtra. I welcome you, sir, in this, and thank you for accepting our invitation. The session is over to you, sir.
Thank you, Arun, and NIFTEM team. Arun, can you run these slides?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, NIFTEM, for inviting me for this wonderful session. And since this is the PMFME, and NIFTEM is also closely working for PMFME scheme for nurturing the training sessions of the PMFME beneficiaries and PMFME scheme implementers in the country. So this will be a session focusing on the what kind of scheme is there and how it is being implemented. How one can get the benefit from the scheme. So without wasting time, since we are running already late, I should start on focusing on the PPT. Next slide, please.
Next slide.
So this is a flagship scheme from our Honorable PM released for the purpose of strengthening of micro food processing enterprises in the country. The scheme is about to run during the 2021 to 24-25, but recently we have got the 1-year extension till the March 2026. This scheme runs in the 60-40 ratio, and some difficult areas, this scheme runs in the 90-10 ratio, means 90% from the center share and 10% from the state share. So the intention of this scheme is to convert this unorganized food processing enterprises that are running micro business at different level, from house to small sheds, that needs to be organized. That's definition of organized means we should provide them technical support, we should provide them the economical support, and we should bring them on the FSSI board as well as the Udyam. Bringing them on FSSI board will make sure that the product is not going to be harm for their consumer, so that they will be following the FSSI guidelines. So minimum FSSI guidelines will be followed to make the product hygienic and safe for the consumption of the consumer. Nearly we have near 25 lakh enterprises in the country as per the NSSO study in the country. So out of that 25 lakh enterprises, 74% are employed, women employment in that 25 lakh enterprises, out of which 66% unit of 25 lakh are operated in the rural area, and out of this 66% of rural area unit, 80% units are the family owned. So this is was there. They have everything. They have the good taste. They have the good product, but they don't know how to make their product safe for the consumption of the consumer. So this is what PMFME will taught to these people who are getting benefited from the scheme. Next slide, please. So this particular slide for Maharashtra it was, but whereas in pan India level on first 5-year plan, 2 lakh units are supposed to be formalized, out of which 22,000 target was given to Maharashtra, and that is achieved in last March. Integration of the another aim of this scheme is integration of supply chain, providing common area facilities, laboratories, storage, packaging and marketing centers for the people, member people of these groups who are using the common infrastructure facility. Another thing is that capacity building. Capacity building is the component. In our last slide, last session of NABARD madam, she is very clearly defined what capacity building is there and why it is required. So we will be giving the PMFME will be giving the professional and technical support to the beneficiaries. This is a very beautiful scheme. Here everyone is eligible for opting the benefit. So right from individual person to group people can also approach. Our seed capital members are also can be a part of this scheme. Next slide. So features of this scheme are there. Focus the perishable commodity to add the value and make them not perishable. The focus will be again vocal for local, to create a platform for the local products to make a world-class product. It is ODOP cluster-based approach. Manufacturing hub creation is the main intention of this scheme. Also, those products have got the GI tag that can also be considered in this project, in this scheme, and can make this worldwide famous. So again, one more beauty is there, making the waste from waste to wealth by product utilization and creation. Here the beauty is that every food industry have some waste, and that most of the food industry are creating the non-harm waste that can be converted into cattle feed, for example. So waste can be created into the cattle feed. So that's what this is very beautiful and wonderful component in the scheme, where one can get the benefit from the waste generated from the food industry. So this is one more unique concept in the PMFME scheme, that this scheme is will assist every applicant through the DRPs. DRPs are the people, district resource person, who fill the gap between and applicant, department and bank. So they help applicant to complete the preparation of DPR, assisting them for technology and providing the assistance for the applicant for availing the FSSAI certificate and Udyam Aadhaar. When we talk for more formalization, it is mandatory for every unit that they should opt for the FSSAI license and the Udyam Aadhaar. So one more beauty is that this scheme is converged with the Mudra and CGTMSC as security for bank. So 35% or 10 lakh maximum credit based subsidy is there. Bank loan is compulsory. Support is given for the marketing branding if the entitlement carries the group companies. Group companies means farmer producer company, cooperative societies, and all that group of companies will be permitted. The one more main agenda is there, producing the products manufactured under the scheme should have the export oriented potential. So following the APEDA norms. Next. So authorities of this PMFME scheme is there, nodal department is there, state nodal agency is there, district nodal officers are there, state project management units are there, and also DRPs are there. This is arranged in the hierarchy wise. State nodal department can be any department, like most of the state in the country have the industries department. Some of the states have the agriculture and horticulture department are being implemented this scheme in the state. State nodal agency is that department will have sub department, that state will have some sub department, so that is called state nodal agency. And that sub department will have their branches at district level, so that is called district nodal officer. This district nodal officer, they have the committee that is called district level committee, that is chaired by honorable collector or magistrate of that district. SPME is one of the technical concept introduced by the MOFPI for this particular scheme. Here the technical group of people will be appointed through the market, and they will assist SNA for executing this scheme very smoothly in the state. DRPs are appointed at district level. There may be a number of DRPs ranging from 5 to 40 DRPs per district that is appointed by the district level officers. Next slide. So this is hierarchy given in the format. So explained in the last slides very clearly. So this is what the scheme is being executed in the at root level. Next slide. So there are 9 domains given in the scheme, and as per the guidelines, the domains carries bakery and confectionery, fats and oils, fish and marine, fruits and vegetables, grain processing, meat and poultry, milk and milk product, minor forest produce, spices and plantation crops. So these are the 9 domains which are the part of our scheme. One can take the benefit of any product falls under these 9 domains and get the benefit from the PMFME scheme. So it is very important to know that till now we have learned that what is eligible and what is required. So it is very important to know that what is not eligible even. So you might have come across many schemes that everybody tells that what is eligible, but nobody tells that what is not eligible. This is very important to learn to avoid your rejection of application at district level or bank level. So any unprocessed commodities, consumables are not allowed. Any loose products are not allowed. Trading is definitely not allowed. Trading and selling unprocessed minor produce, that is also not allowed. Beekeeping, loose selling of honey, that is also not allowed. Loose selling of repacking of oil or any commodities, repacking is not allowed. Trading and selling of anything, any nuts, that is not also allowed. Piggery, poultry, goatry, that forms are also not allowed. And repacking of any manufactured product is not allowed. Indirectly, I would like to say that what is allowed is anything which is the treatment or processing treatment is given to the material or commodity produced in the farm by farmer, and that has given this value addition by and the given the increase the shelf life. So anything, the treatment processing is done for the farm produce. So you might so we have come across many projects like water treatment plant, carbonated water. So these are the water treatments. You are giving the processing the water, or you are value adding the water, but you are not value adding the farm produce. So it is very important that your product should have the processing on the farm produce. Also, this processing on farm produce will encourage the farmer to divert in the field or diversify their crops in your local area, and this will also bring dream come to the prime minister's dream, that is doubling the farmers income. So this will help more than doubling the farmers income if the farmers are coming forward and processing their farm produce instead of selling them in the market. So this is very great initiative by our MOFP. So every farmer can be an entrepreneur. So this is the heart of the scheme. You might have waiting for a long time for what benefit we can get. So there are 4 components: individual, common infrastructure, incubation center, marketing and branding, and training. So individual means any person or any entitlement is particularly allowed in this scheme. So here cap of the total maximum subsidy is 10 lakh rupees or maximum of 35%. Any individual of Indian origin can be a part of this component, whereas any group companies like partnership firm, farmer producer organization, NGOs, self-help groups, cooperatives, and private limited companies can be a part of this beautiful scheme. Common infrastructure facility, this is one of the great component of scheme. So here the common infrastructure facility is created in some places or villages or at block level. So that facility can be used by the local people or local farmer by taking their raw material to that facility, that can be used by any farmer, and by using that facility, farmer can give the value addition to their produce, and they can sell in the market in packed and branded way. So this is here only individual or private limited companies are not allowed. Only farmer producer companies, farmer producer organizations, cooperatives, self-help groups, and federations and government agencies are only permitted. So this is the same applies for the marketing and branding. In marketing and branding, 50% subsidy is there, whereas in common infrastructure, 35% subsidy or maximum of 300 lakh or 3 crore rupees. Further training is there. Training is 100% free of cost. The cost will be paid by the central government, whereas the benefit participant of this scheme will be a part of, which should be a part of PMFME scheme. Either they should have applied for the scheme, or no matter as their application is rejected or sanctioned, they can take the benefit of this training. So here one can get the traveling allowance as well, along with the food and breakfast during the course of this training session. Next slide. So this is what application flows. If if you are applying for the individual application, you will be applicant's application will be seen by the district resource person. the district resource person will guide you for making this detailed project report and assisting you for licensing between bank, government department, and the applicant. So this is one by one step. District office, then district office also recheck the application. Then district office will send the application to DLC. Sorry, we have mentioned DNO. DLC is the district level committee that will approve, and then again it will be sent to the bank. Bank will disburse the loan as per their standard if you eligible, and then the project will be executed. Next slide. So individual component, this is like 35% or maximum of 10 lakh rupees is permitted. Project cost comprises of cost of plant and machinery and technical civil work. Any other cost like miscellaneous fixed asset will not be a part of this. Here only chunk is that 30% of total project cost should be eligible for the or technical civil work. That technical civil work should not be a permanent civil work. Temporary civil work or temporary shade is permitted. So we cannot create any asset, infrastructural asset from this scheme. So one should have to contribute minimum 10% of the project cost or maximum 40% of the project cost. The cost of land is not permitted, whereas rental lease shade can be allowed. So here, like said, individual partnership firm, FPOs, and everyone is permitted here for becoming a part of this individual component. Next slide. So documents required, not a big deal and not a rocket science kind of documents are there. PAN card, Aadhaar card, address proof, bank statement for last 6 months, quotation of plant and machinery along with the estimate of construction work. That's it. This much of required to send your application from district to the bank level. So bank may ask some other documents as per their requirement and eligibility of that particular applicant. If any existing unit is there, they should provide above document along with this last 2 years balance sheet and stock statement, FSSA license, and 10% contribution. That's it. And they are eligible for the 35% subsidy of maximum of 10 lakh rupees. Next slide. Marketing and branding, it is very beautiful. Only 2 schemes give you the benefit from the marketing and branding. One is like APEDA, and the second is PMFME. Here one can get the subsidy of 50%. So this much of components are allowed if anyone wants to be a part of marketing branding scheme. Only last point to be considered while applying in the scheme. That is, group companies are required. What kind of group companies are there? That is clearly mentioned in the slide. Next. Conversions. This is one of the very beautiful slide. So that gives wings to fly the applicant by taking the different advantages parallelly with the PMFME scheme. So one can get the credit guarantee scheme, so where you do not have to provide any kind of security to the bank. The government will become your security partner, and instead of that, against that, you have to give the around 1.5 to 2% of the premium, like LIC and other policies charged to you for health insurance. So this is kind of insurance of your loan is guarantee is taken by the government. So for against you need to pay the 2% premium for your outstanding amount. So other are there, CGMFU is there, Mudra is there, Agriculture Infrastructure Fund is there. This is one of the beautiful scheme where one can get the loan for PMFME scheme at the rate of 6% per annum. So this other also schedule cost departments are there. So that can also be added, become a added advantage of taking the benefit. Next slide. So this is what from PMFME scheme. So a very beautiful and very crisp scheme is there. Every Indian can be a part of this scheme, irrespective of only eligibility is there. The person should be 18-year-old. Nothing else is required. So by this time, India in a total number of 1,70,000 micro food processing units has been set up in the PMFM scheme throughout the country. Out of which nearly 17,000 units are set up in Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, and 24,000 units are set up in Maharashtra, and nearly 25,000 units are set up in Bihar. So this is the beautiful scheme. One can take the benefit from your state. If anyone wants to apply for this scheme, kindly approach on the website given on the PMFM scheme. So that's it from my side. If anybody have any queries or question, please let me know. I'm free. Anybody is free to ask.
Sir, you can post mail ID in the chat box, sir. If any person can't have to contact me, they will directly contact you, sir.
Not an issue, not an issue. Thank you very much, team. Thank you, NIFTEM. Thank you, Arun, for inviting me for this wonderful session. And these wonderful people are listening to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Now we are moving on the next technical talk, which is on food safety standards, FSSAI licensing and registration process for grape processing micro unit. For this, we have Dr. M. Kannan, Deputy Director, Food Safety and Standard Authority of India, South Region, Chennai. I welcome you, sir, in this and thank you for accepting our invitation. The session is over to you, sir.
So very good afternoon all. So am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Okay. So you are given my session during the lunch hour. But anyhow, I'll try to manage within the next 20 minutes. I'd like to give the brief outline about the FSSAI. I'm Dr. Kannan, Joint Director, representing Food Safety Standards Authority of India, Southern Regional Office. So really, I'm very happy to discuss about this topic of this in this important webinar. So because actually I'm watching all the present sessions earlier. So wherein some or other way, the FSSAI is one of the major part in everyone's discussion part. So in such situation, so it is my responsibility to explain the participants about the importance of FSSAI and then how it can be, what are the standards being developed by the FSSAI. So in your day-to-day practices, and very important thing is the licensing part. So the license is a mandatory thing as per the Food Safety and Standards Act 2006. And in addition, I'll also touch up about the basic import clearance because this is a heterogeneous platform. That is the business people are from not only from the domestic manufacturers, but also they are planning for importing the raw materials for their further processing and other things. So in the next 20 minutes, I'd like to give an holistic idea about the FSSAI, its licensing, import clearance, as well as the standards which pertains to the grape products exclusively. In other way, it is a fruit products. So as you all know very well that FSSAI is an autonomous body under the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. It is established under the Food Safety and Standards Act 2006. So the prime objective, the mandate of FSSAI is to lay down the science-based standards for every article of food, every food article. So that is the prime mandate. And then to regulate the industry, complete industry, not only the manufacturing, it also comprises of every activity, that is storage, distribution, transportation, import, even the say exports, and then every kind of activities are included. So it is with one objective of to ensure the availability of a safe and wholesome food to the consumers. So that is the mandate of FSSAI. So with this mandate, So FSSAI is working towards. So whatever you are getting the subsidies or you are getting the assistance and then you are getting the guidance from other organizations like APEDA or MPEDA or EAA, whatever it is. But the one thing is, the mandate thing is the FSSAI standards under the FSSAI license, because the complete food industry is now regulated by the Food Safety and Standards Act 2006, and that is implemented by the FSSAI only. So hence, so to adapt and adhere to the guidelines and the standards prescribed by FSSAI is a very, very important prerequisite for any kind of business, whatever the product it may be. If I'm very much confining to the grape processes here means, so what are all the relevant standards which have been developed by the FSSAI? So this is the one I want to try to explain to the participants today, that whatever the product, because the products we are talking in holistic about the grapes, but the grape cannot be we are not going to do it directly because so many value addition products are there. So when we are making into the value addition, so the important thing is to stick on to the standards laid down by the FSSAI side. Otherwise, the product may be designated as a substandard, or sometimes it may be unsafe also. So that is why I'm just, because within 20 minutes, it's not possible for me to explain the complete standards for the various food items, but I'll try to make it where the information is available, how to retrieve the information. That is my my target today. That is my target. Okay, so next slide, please. Yeah. So as you all know very well, that for any kind of subsidies or anything, the FSSAI's license is a mandatory one. So as a food business operators or entrepreneurs or students who are planning to establish an industry, develop an industry, you should know that food license is a mandatory thing as per the 2.11 of the Food Safety and Standards Licensing and Registration Regulations 2011. So anyone who want to commence any kind of business, please underscore this point. It is not only the manufacturing. It's not. So some people may say, because we are experiencing, we don't have any business, we don't have any premises, we are not developing any product, we are not manufacturing any product. But so in such case, we don't want to have any license. That is the knowledge level in some of the entrepreneurs. But the point is, it is not like that. Everyone who handles the food in any form, in one or other form, it's mandatorily the license is required. See, obtaining the FSSAI license is not a very big task or Himalayan task as you people are thinking. It's a very, very, very simple process, because the licensing has been made in such a way that any layperson, any layman can also apply it and then get their license immediately. So that is why to address, because though we are very particular about the standards and safety of the product, but equally the importance has been given by the FSSAI for the ease of doing business. That is very, very important, because we should make whatever the initiatives we are trying to take, it should be easily accessible by the food business people. So with this idea only, so we are a common portal has been developed. Next slide, please. A common portal has been developed. That is the FOSCOS, Food Safety Compliance System, please. This is the common portal. So across India, so for whatever the licensing it may be. So for your information, we have 3 kinds of licenses or registration. The basic one is the registration. For that is those who are having that annual turnover of less than 10 lakhs, they can go only for the registration. There is no need of license. Then second thing is the state licensing. So those who are having the handling capacity of less than 2 metric tons per day, they can apply the state license. And the remaining industries, which is above the target of the quantity, that is handling capacity of more than 2 metric tons, they need a central license. See, you don't worry about all these things. You don't forget where I have to get the state registration, where to go for state license or central license. No worries. Everything is available in the FOSCOS itself. So this is the web page of the FOSCOS, Food Safety Compliance System. So if you give the input, you have to just log in like any other web portal. you have to log into that, and then you get your login credentials. Then if you are giving the inputs, automatically the FASTCos will guide and direct you to the whether you are eligible for the registration or a state license or a central license. So we need not bother about that. So accordingly, your applications will be directed to the respective authorities. Maybe the state registration will be issued by the food safety officers of the respective states, whether it is Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, or Andhra Pradesh, or Bihar, wherever. And then the state license also will be issued by the respective district level officers, that is the designated officers of the particular state. And then the central license means it will go to the central licensing authorities. So we need not worry where to find out all this. Everything is available in the food safety complaint system. Next slide, please. Next slide. So with the FASTCos is a very, such an easy, it is very easy access, user friendly. It is very user friendly. Even you need not think about the what is your product name. Everything has been given there. You have to just select. You have to just select the product name, and then you need not type your product name also. It has been developed in such a way that anyone can use. And then moreover, we are having the regional languages also been included. Now we want to include all the regional languages also in the FASTCos procedures. So it is very simple. Just you log in, take your login credentials, and then you just apply for the license or registration. The questions will be directing you, and then you submit the application. That is the Form B will be there. That is the application. Form B. Normally we used to call it as a Form B. That contains the complete information of the name of the unit, address of the unit, and then who is the responsible person, what kind of operation, what kind of business, whether you are a manufacturer, whether you are a trader or importer or exporter or a storage or transporter, whatever. You have to just select as per your requirement. Select this and fill the Form B. Complete the Form B, and then you just submit and then make the payment. Everything is online. So the application will be going to the respective officers. Whether it is a state registration or central license or a state license, will go to the respective officer. Then they will be handling it. And then so maybe if there is any defect in the applications, the defects has to be rectified by the applicant, so that the clear remarks will be there. Please mention this. Please correct. Please submit the proof of address, like that. So once everything is ready, the license will be generated. Even we have the Tatkal license scheme also. For example, for any non-manufacturer cases, if anybody's want to take the license immediately, so they can just submit their documents, then they can go for that Tatkal registration. So immediately, next minute, you will be getting your license. So the one important point is, please make the point very, very clear that I want to register among the participants is obtaining FSSAI license is not a Himalayan, not a big task. It is very, very simple. It's such a user friendly. So it has been developed in such a way. Next slide, please. Next slide. So when we want to talk about the FICS. So again, I was telling about during my the opening remarks, I would like to say about what is FSSAI, and then about the licensing part, and then the import clearance. See, likewise, how we are having the common portal across India for obtaining the licenses, whether registration, state or central license. So equally, we have another portal called as FICS, Food Import Clearance System. Food Import Clearance System. So whenever you are importing, whenever the products being imported by any of the importers, so they have to file the application. They have to file that as per their bill of entry here, and this will be handled by the respective authorized officer who are placed in the respective ports. So this is about the food import clearance system. Next slide. So as the population here, the participants here, or this topic is mainly focused for the food, that is a grape processes. So it is my responsibility to talk about the standards, various standards that are applicable. See, we are having almost 22 regulations. FSSAI is having 22 regulations, and then as a business entity, you should know about the licensing and registration part. I'm not suggesting you to completely read the regulation, but you should know what product you are doing, what product you are handling. For that product, what is the standard? What is the standard? laid down in the FSSAI part. So for that, the very important regulation is the Food Safety Standards and Food Product and Additive Regulations 2011. So even in that regulations, since this group is completely uniform from the grape processors as well as those who are interested in going towards the grape products. So I'm just confining and trying to explain about the various standards laid down as on data. So in the FSS food product additive regulations, the regulation which is more applicable under the area of interest for this particular group is a 2.3. So we are having up to 2.1, 2.2 and 2.12 we are having, the compendium is having. So the very important, the area of interest for this group is 2.3. That is the 2.3 is it talks about the various for fruit and vegetable products. So under this 2.3, we are having standards for 65 products from 2.3.1 to 2.3.65 products. So among these things, I'm just listed out the products. Among these standards, any product, anything can be developed from the grape as a raw material. The first one is the thermally processed fruits. So it may be whenever you are processing the fruits in the canning or bottling or in a flexi pack or in a aseptic pack, the standards are given here. So what should be the standard? How much quantity it should be there? What should be the minimal TSS? What should be the minimal pH? And then in what all the way we can heat it. In what all the way we can present the product. Everything has been given in this. So this is my humble request that whenever you are handling the product, you are dealing with any products. So these basic information, you are supposed to know it. So this is available in our website. You can easily go through our website under the regulations. You click the regulations. The compendium is there. You need not go to the Gazette notification also. A compendium is just like a text, like a book. If you click that compendium of these regulations, you click the 2.3, that will display the complete standards. So these are all the various standards. 2.3 is the thermally processed fruits, 2.3.1. And we have the 2.3.2 is the thermally processed fruit salad or cocktail mix, because all depends upon the value addition only. We want to promote our product. So whenever when the product is undergoing various value addition, so the value addition is equivalent to which standard? Equivalent to which standard? Your product, whether it is a jam, whether it is a juice, whether it is a thermally processed beverages, or whether it is a fruit bar or toffee, or whether it is a frozen one, or whether it is a concentrated fruit juice for the industrial use alone. So like that, we have multiple value addition aspects. So for every value addition, we have to stick on to the product, because I don't have the time to explain what is what in every product, but I'm just throwing the light upon the various products available. So we have to adhere to those standards. That is my important take-home message for this group. So the fruit juices also, we are having the common standards, and then respective fruits. If it is a mango juice, what should be the TSS? If it is going to be the guava, if it is going to be the grape, what should be the TSS? Everything has been listed out here. For example, if you want to make it as a grapefruit, that is a fruit juice with a grape. So the TSS, total soluble solid, should not be less than 8%. That is an important criteria. When it is not meeting that criteria of 8, TSS, the bricks is not meeting of the criteria of 8, then it will become the substandard product. So please note down this point. So likewise, for every value-added products, we have to correlate the equivalent products, standard products as prescribed in the regulations. That is very, very important. So if you think about the thermally processed fruit nectars, that is as per the 2.3.9, it is a thermally processed fruit nectars. Here the grapefruit minimum fruit juice content should be 20%. So likewise, for all these products, we have the minimal requirement. If the minimal requirement is not met out, then it will be a substandard. Then unnecessarily the subsequent actions will be initiated, whether it is meant for the domestic market or it is meant for the export, or when you are importing the product also. When the products being imported also, it should meet out our requirements. So this is very important. So that is why I'm just taking much time and effort here to make you all very clear that you please focus on the food safety, that is a food product and additive regulations. In that additive regulations is available on our website. You please click the regulations. If you click on this, then your area is 2.3. You please focus on 2.3. So this will give the basic standards of the every product what you are doing. whether it may be a frozen one, fruit chutney, or a fruit bar or toffee, whatever it is. Clear? Next slide, please. So this will talk about the basic standards. That is the quality parameters. What are the quality? What should be the TSS? What should be the citric acid content? What should be, wait, don't change the slide, please. What should be the, please go to the previous slide. What should be the citric acid content, TSS, pH, what should be the moisture, like that. But in addition to this, in the same food product regulations, we are having the Appendix A. Please note down, we are having the Appendix A. This Appendix A will talks about the various additives that can be used in your value addition. When you are going for the formulation of the any product, so what are all the additives? For example, the colors, the flavors, and then the preservatives or other what are the soluble that is a soluble thing, whatever, because we cannot make any product of our desirable shape, size, and texture without adding the extra ingredient, extra things. Those are called as the additives. So these additives should be permitted as per the regulations, which is clearly mentioned in the Appendix A. You please refer the Appendix A also for the food categories. The food category would be the fourth category. So if you check the food category 4.0, under that your product will be mapped there. You have to map your product there and see what are the permitted additives. That is about the additives that can be used. And then it is not an end. In addition, we should also stick on to the microbiological requirements. The microbiological requirements are very clearly defined in the Appendix B. So again, I want to sum up here. You see the 2.3. The product that is giving the basic quality parameters like TSS, like pH, like citric acid content, etc. And then in what base it should be, in what base, whether it can be given in the medium of water, or it can be given in the fruit juice, or it can be in the mixture of the water and fruit juice. So these things are well explained in the quality parameters. Then Appendix A talks about the various additives that can be permitted, and Appendix B will say about the microbiological requirements. This is about the standardized products. But we are sometimes, so to add more value to your product, always, this is a situation, no? To add more value to the products, we always go for further improvising our product. Maybe sometimes that may not be matching or in accordance with the standards listed down in those products in the regulations. So in such case, we can think about whether your product can be a proprietary one. If the standard is not directly mentioned anywhere in this regulations, this is a 2.3. If you are adding, for example, I can say, well, I can give you one hypothetical example. Say a jam is there. So for jam, we are having the standards. So for the jam, we are having the standards. And then the jam standard is given in the 2.3.31. In the same jam product, for example, if any one of you want to improve that product, so you are going to add one microorganisms to that. That is the beneficial organisms. We used to call it as the probiotics. If you want to add the probiotics are not directly permitted in the standard product of the jam. So then what shall be done? What we shall do? So then we can think about whether the product can be fitted to the proprietary food. So this is another option. When it is not applicable in the proprietary food or it is not in the standard food also, the third final option is the non-specific products. It is a non-specific product. So for that, we have to take the product approval. So why I'm emphasizing here is, so you should not you end up in the problem at the later stage. After getting all the subsidies, after developing the product, everything, the product is ready for marketing. But at that time, when it is not meeting out the standards of the FSSAI, so it is not at all possible. It is not, you are not supposed to release it to the market. So we don't want any of the entrepreneurs to end up in such kind of struggle. That is why whenever the platform is there, we always advise them to the standards first of all. If you have any doubt, you please connect with the local food safety officials. That is, they will be in a position to guide you. So the point is very clear. It may be a standard product, no issue at all. It may be a proprietary product, very good. It is also as per the regulation. And then the non-specific product means you have to get the specific product approval from the FSSAI headquarters only. Okay. So this is in a nutshell about the standards. Even though I'm not doing justice for my thing, because with the short span of the 10 to 20 minutes, I may not able to explain the complete thing, but I'm trying to give the overall figure about the standards. So you please keep the licenses mandate one. And then second thing is your food product should be a standard one. It should be in accordance with the food safety regulations. Clear? Next slide, please. Please next. This is about the import. So as I told, no, that is a FASTCOS is the common portal for licensing, and then the FICS is the portal for the import clearance. So this is about the food import clearance. Now, what is the process? The bill of entries. The bill of entries has been referred from the customs. So whenever, because among the participants here, so obviously most of them are interested in importing also. One is the export aspect, but some for their value addition, they have to import some raw materials. So at that time, you should not end up importing any raw materials, any food related raw materials that requires a clearance from the FSSAI also. For that only, the FICS process flow is there. So for that, the bills will be referred from the customs, because the customs are the custodians of any imported consignments. So once it's done, so it will be referred to the FSSAI. They will be examining the documents. When the documents are over, then it is going for the sampling and inspection. Then the representative sample will be collected by the respective officers, and then it will be tested. It will go for testing in the FSSAI notified laboratories. Then once the testing is okay in accordance with the FSSAI regulations, then the NOC will be issued. This NOC will be directly linked to the single window system of the customs. So that's why you can clear your consignment, then you can take it to your production area. Here, next slide, please. These are all various among the apart from the documents and then the standards. Three things are required for the import aspects, because some people may have trouble in the labeling also. The labeling as per the labeling regulations, the minimal label information should be there whenever you are importing any products. It may be the finished product meant for direct consumption, or it may be a raw material also, whatever it is, but it should have the basic. These are all the various documents, bill of entry, examination order, and then label copy, and then certain label guidelines also to be followed. Please, next slide. The FSSAI logo, the importer should have a mandatory FSSAI license, and then their license number should find a place, whoever is importing, whether it's a raw material or whether it is the direct consumption food or whatever it is, maybe a fruit juices, you can directly import the fruit juicer, because we are getting more grape juices from the different countries. So in that way, in those situations, the labeling is very, very important, because directly going to the consumers in the retail stores. If it's a license number, then the logos, and then the name of the product, and then who is the manufacturer of the product. That is the exporter name, and then the importer name and address. These are all the mandatory requirements of the labeling. So whenever people are interested in any import of the food products, you can easily approach or connect with your nearest port officers. Then they will be in a ready position to guide you about the labeling requirements. Absolutely no doubt in this. Next slide. So I tried to convey in this very short time of 20 minutes about what is FSSAI, and then how to get the license. The licensing is very, very simple part. It is through the FASTCOS portal, a food safety compliance system, and then the import clearance part, and then the standards. You please make a note or keep it or fix it. This is the take home message. The standards, whenever you develop a new product or whenever you are going for even the regular products also, you please assure that every batch of that product meets out the standards of the FSSAI. So where to find out the standards? That is why I took the effort to show you it is available in the regulations, and then the regulations, the 2.3 is your area of interest. So kindly stick on to that, adhere to the standards so that you will be. So we want, because FSSAI's main thing is safety, and safety is very important thing. At the same time, we are always in promoting the ease of doing business, no doubt, without any doubt. So with this, I think I would like to conclude as the time exceeds. If you have any doubt, I'm ready to answer you. You can put it in the chat box. Maybe I can randomly answer, or if someone wants to. I think Shivani has raised her hand. If you want to ask, if the organizers permit me, I'm ready to clear that out. I couldn't see any questions in the chat box. If anyone, because it is already, it's in the lunch period. I know about everyone's situation here. So if you want any specific doubts to be clarified, ready, I'm available. Organizer, you can allow them to, I think one Shivani has raised the hand. That is the only thing I'm able to see. We need internship. One person has given internship. Yes, FSS is giving the internship for the students only. So every alternative month, we are posting in the FSSA website. You please have the practice of following the FSSA website, wherein we are notifying for the internship requirement. So you can apply based on merit. So we are taking for the internship also. The internship period is 2 months, minimum 2 months, maximum 4 months. So we offer internship. And then I'm not getting any other question directly relevant to this subject. Please expand on proprietary. One is asking about the proprietary. Proprietary is the one that is, I told it on illustration also. If it is not directly meeting of the standards, then it may be that it may not be a standard one, but it can be a proprietary one. Proprietary one is a unique. So you are developing the new product. For that, the restriction is, the mandatory requirement is the various ingredients you are going to add in the proprietary product. The ingredients should be permitted. It should find a place in the regulation. Then you can develop your own proprietary product. Okay.
Thank you for your wonderful presentation, sir. If participant raise any questions, we will directly send your mail ID. They will directly ask the questions for you, sir.
Yeah, I'll do it. You can give
Thank you,
share my mail ID. If they ask any other questions which is more relevant and appropriate to the session, I'm ready to answer them via reply mail. No doubt in that.
Yeah, sir. Thank you so much for giving the wonderful presentation, sir.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thanks, NIFTEM, for giving the opportunity. Thank you all, organizers, as well as the participants, for your patient hearing. Thank you.
Now we are moving on the next technical talk, which is on packaging solution for grape-based products. For this session, we have with us Dr. R. Ponkumar, Deputy Director and Regional Officer, Indian Institute of Packaging, Chennai. I quickly introduce Sir to you. Sir holds a PhD degree from IIT Madras. Prior to joining IAP, he worked in various capacities in private companies in the field of packaging and intellectual property rights for more than 5 years. He published 3 international papers, have registered patent agent at the Indian Patent Office from 2010. He is starting a new online course called CPE Certified Packaging Engineer at IAP Chennai for both fresh and working engineers, and making the IAP laboratories a digital laboratory instrumental. I welcome you, sir, in this, and thank you for accepting our invitation. The session is over to you, sir.
Very good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for the brief introduction, sir, and thank you to the entire organizing team for the opportunity. I'll try to share my screen. I hope my screen is visible to everyone.
Yes, sir, visible, sir.
Sir, is the screen visible, sir?
Yes, sir, you can visible, sir. You can proceed, sir.
Okay, full screen, right? Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So actually, I was listening to the previous presentation also. FSSA, they have given a very good presentation on that. Even the FSSA website also, you can check it for the packaging and labeling requirements. He was showing the various product requirements. Of course, there is a section, specific specific part in the FSSA rules and regulation, that is packaging and labeling requirements. You can also go through that. What are the schedules are there? What are the applicable packaging material can be used? All those things are there in that. Okay, just to give you an idea, what is Indian Institute of Packaging? Indian Institute of Packaging, which is an autonomous body under Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. We have various centers set up across the country our head office is at Mumbai, and we have regional centers in Chennai, Kolkata, Delhi, Hyderabad, Ahmedabad, Bengaluru, and Lucknow. And these facilities, we do various activities, including testing and quality evaluation of the packaging materials, research and developmental activities, training and educational activity, and consultancy services. These are the various activities which we do. And as Sir has also mentioned, that IIP Chennai, we have started a course called Certified Packaging Engineer, specific for the engineering graduates. And more relevant to the food, that's why I'm showing it here. We are having a national conference, one-day national conference we have planned in Chennai in the month of September, that is September 19th at Hotel Holiday Inn, OMR. And it is there in the website also. You can go through it, and then the interested participants, interested candidates can enroll for it. So that is about the upcoming conference. And of course, I told you about the laboratory. So we are NABL accredited laboratory. IIP, all the laboratories are NABL accredited laboratory. We are also having accreditation or approvals from DG Shipping and DGCA and other authorities. See, when you talk about laboratory accreditation, many times the Food Safety Standards Authority of India, like FSSAI, they say that the packages, the food items as well as the packages has to be checked or tested through an enable accredited laboratory to ensure the quality of the packaging material and whether it is food grade or not. For that, the packages can be tested at our laboratory, as we have the NABL accreditation also, and nationalized government laboratory. Okay, so we are also having a quality management system, all those things. Okay. So coming to the packaging, see, any product you take it specific to the grapes, related to product, whatever the product you take, even food item, whatever it is, the packaging have to meet all these requirements. The definition of this is that packaging can be defined as a mean of ensuring safe delivery of a product to the ultimate consumer in a sound condition at a minimum overall cost. Let us take grapes as a fruit. If I wanted to transport from one place to another place, within the particular place, one important thing is the product itself it is a perishable product. Within short time, it may become ripened, and then it will start losing its quality. So we have to retain, or we have to extend the ripening process so that the transportation time can be met. So what are the various things are there? So the product is going to ripen. It means we have to understand the product quality. What are the product characteristics? It is one. Another thing, color deteriorations, or like if it is the package is not sufficient enough to hold the product as well as hold the product which is stacked above, then it may get collapsed, it may crush the product. So all those things we have to understand the basic characteristics of the product. Let's say if you take a grape juice as a product, and then you're going to fill it in a glass bottle. Of course, the glass bottle also can have a load, so which can be placed in a box, and then it can be easily transported. So you have to understand what is the product, what are the characteristics of the product, let's say texture, taste, all those things you have to understand. Then you have to ensure that product is being transported and reached to the ultimate consumer who is going to consume the product with the same condition. At the same time, the cost of the package must be as minimal as possible. That is why we say at a minimum overall cost. The basic definition of a packaging. So when you are, whatever product you take it, the definition can be revisited and understood, and whatever packages I'm taking, whether it is meeting all the requirement or not. The product characteristics, whether it is reaching, whether am I giving the final product, whatever I have produced at my place, with the same thing or not. So that has to be ensured. Basically, we can classify packages in a different levels: primary, secondary, and tertiary, or shipper packages, which is the product which is placed inside, or the product which is in coming direct contact. The product is a primary package, and to support this, sometimes we may be using a secondary package, or sometimes we may not. Depends upon the product. Let's say you consider the raw grapes. In that case, you will directly place it into the cotton boxes, and then you can transport. That is also possible. Tray type boxes are there, punnet casings are there. That also can be possible. Depends upon the product and depends upon the distance it has to be transported. This is defined as a secondary package, tertiary package, and multi-level packaging materials. Let's say consider that grape juice as one product, where all packages you can use. You can think about a glass container, you can think about a PET container, you can think about a Tetra pack. right? So these are paper based, plastic based, glass based, various materials can be used. But however, it has to be a direct contact with the product. Then again, it is going to be taken into the another box or the enclosure. That is what is known as a secondary package. Okay, so what are the materials are used basically in food applications? We have these metals, we have glass, we have paper, and we have plastic. Metals like tin cans, aluminum cans, foil containers, foil bags, and aerosols. These are all used as a packaging material. Glass like jars and bottles. Paper, you can think about various paper-based products. And plastics, of course, the bottles and the containers, all those things comes under plastics. Specific to grapes, as I mentioned already, this is a basic definition of a packaging, and the temperature and relative humidity and ventilation is very important in case of the product, the grape based product. Packaging fresh commodity is most important step in the long and complicated journey from the grower to the consumer. From the grower, how we are going to take it out, how we are going to sort it out, cleaning. There are so many processes are there, sorting, cleaning, all those processes are there in the that fruit stage itself. After that, then how you are going to put it in a box or in a container, or how you are going to transport. Basic requirements, as I was mentioning, the grapes, the basic requirements for these horticultural or fruit-based products: protection against the bruising and physical injury. So I told you, when something collapses, the product will get damaged. Protection against microbial contamination and deterioration. Provide ventilation for respiration and exchange of gases possible, because ethylene gases will be released when the product is ripening. All those processes are there. Then I wanted to slow down the ripening. Then we can think about the recent kind of thing like ethylene scavengers or ethylene absorbers, ethylene emitters, various technology which can be utilized to enhance the shelf life of a product. Protect against moisture or weight loss in case a product which is puree or something we are making, and then that has some moisture which has to be placed inside the container. There is a possibility this may go away if the package is not sufficient enough to hold the moisture within. So in that case, we have to think about the package which can hold the moisture. Okay, so easily transported when empty and occupy less space. Let's say I'm taking a plastic crate for transportation of grapes. Okay, I transported, but when I get back this plastic crates, then it is going to occupy the entire space of whatever it is in the open stage. No, you have to think about a collapsible crates. You can think about a class of collapsible crates and then get that crate, means crates. Okay, again, easy to assemble, fill. All those things are the packaging requirements of the product. And we have different types of packages. One is a consumer package, another one is a direct bulk package. Consumer package is something you, as a consumer, you're going to the supermarket or the stall, you are going to take out whatever you into your bag. That is called consumer pack or unit pack. I'm just giving an example that whatever you go to the supermarket or the fruit stalls, wherever you go to the shops, and you're going to pay money and then get it, that is what is a consumer pack. Direct bulk pack is something like you are sending it to someone, from there they're going to process it further. I'm just selling it to the juice producer of every time I'm sending 500 kg or 1 ton of these grapes to a fruit juice manufacturer. Then I'll not be making a small pouches or small packets, right? In that case, it is called direct or bulk packages. Of course, it is mostly in the export packaging they use this transport packaging or direct bulk packaging. So it is maybe half a dozen, 1 dozen or 1 kg, half kg vegetables and fruits can be. The package can be decided based on the type of produce, expected transport and storage time, required shelf life, packaging material cost of packaging, and market requirement. So you can see some simple example that are tray type packs for fruits and vegetables. This is a tray, and you can have a shrink wrap or a stretch wrap. On the surface, it will hold the product, but of course this may not very much suitable to the grapes. Then what is the problem here? You cannot stack something because the product here itself, it is strong enough to have some sort of loading or some sort of problem. But whereas in grapes here, in this case, it is not feasible. Then what you can think is, you can think about a rigid closure like this. This is what is called as a punnets. You can think about punnet casings. Like you can see this comes up with the ventilation holes on the thing. Then it is generally made out of PET, polyethylene terephthalate. So it is a clear plastic punnet or ideal option for packaging of fresh vegetables and fruits. Punnets are light in weight, offers excellent clarity, and it is easy as a consumer pack. You can just one punnet, maybe 250 gram or 500 gram product can be stored inside and easy display. By you need not to open the box and then see what is the quality of the product. By looking at this, the transparency with which you can understand the quality of the product and buy the product. Lid can be fixed securely under the punnet for protection and retail purposes. It is generally comes with the attached lid. There is no separate lid and then paste on top of it. It is comes directly with the foldable lid. So that will be the easy option, as a punnet is one of the material. And shrink wrap, of course, this is, may not be very suitable to the grape as a fruit. So we pack individual produce. All these are the advantages. You can, it is something like if you just keep it on the shop, there is a possibility of getting affected because of the environmental conditions. Sometimes dust, all those things may come. So to avoid that, this you can have a pallet, sorry, the crate or something on top of which you can think about a shrink wrapping like this. Various consumer packages for grapes, you can understand. As I told you the previous case, these are all the punnet. Okay, here what it is done is the basic tray, on top of it you have a plastic film and then sealed. Here there is a handle, carry handle based CFB. CFB is nothing but corrugated fiberboard box. And here also you can see, and then it can be stacked. This particular box will take the load. On top of it you can place. And this is the kind of a plastic pouch on top of it. Then all these are the types of consumer packs specifically for the grapes products. Even you can think about the products coming up with the liner. See here on this case loose. Here you have a cotton box and then liner. There is a plastic liner used so that the product is kept on that, then can be directly sold. And when you talk about the boxes, if in many you have to, as if you are looking for an export options, you have to think and then you have to check the person who is going to accept whether the country which accepts or not this kind of thermocol, that is expanded polystyrene based material, whether they will allow or not. You have to check. If they are allowing, fine. Otherwise you have to check it on the other country whether they are allowing it or not. If they are allowing, then okay, you can take it up and then you can use. Otherwise you can think about a cotton boxes like this, corrugated fiberboard boxes, which can be as a die cut boxes where you can have the number of ventilation holes. You can see the ventilation holes for breathing of the product. That is one. Another thing is you can also directly place the punnet and then carry case like this. You can think about. These are the boxes which can be used. Direct and bulk transport packaging, designed for long distance transportation, and pack must withstand impacts, compression and vibration. Sometimes it will be loading will happen. All those things has to think. Predominant size group, like suitable for carrying by man, maybe 15 to 25 kg. We're going with the pellet for the huge loading for export purposes. Then you need to have to use the forklift. And another option is wooden boxes. Of course, wooden boxes are direct stack withstanding. It will withstand the loads, because within the container, if you have something, then only the compression will happen. Otherwise, the wooden boxes itself will be placed in another wooden boxes. It is not going to break anything. Okay, and the major important material for export is highly used is the corrugated fiberboard boxes, CFB, corrugated fiberboard boxes, cotton boxes. So it is most commonly used to shipping containers, manufactured in many different styles and weights. The cost is comparatively less in case if you take a wooden pallet, wooden box, or a plastic crate. The cost is comparatively better, and then lightweight. And cost, strength and weight ratio is low cost, smooth and non-abrasive surfaces. You can have good cushioning characteristics, excellent printability, easy to set up and collapsible for storage. All these reasons why we use CFB for the transportation of these fruits, vegetables also. So when you talk about this, then what is that? You can see the different types. You can have a tray type boxes, lid and tray type boxes, and simple RSC type boxes, regular slotted container boxes, like this, different types of boxes. And even paper also can be used as a pulp container, but of course not for the grapes, but other fruits can be. Okay. And plastic crate is another option for grape product, usually made up of HDB. Even it is not only as a grape, even the liquid product you can fill it and then place it into the place of plastic crates for the easy transportation. Okay, it is replaced by wooden crates, good resistant properties to weather, ultraviolet degradation and shock damages, durable and cost, can last many years. Stackable, nestable, the advantage of the plastic crates. You can see the plastic crates, how various types of plastic crates, collapsible crates, easy handling crates. Sacks may not be very suitable for grapes. Palletization, of course, if you are planning for the export purpose, then the palletization is required, where you have to place a pallet, maybe a wooden pallet or plastic pallet, above which you can keep all those boxes. Then you put a shrink wrap or a stretch wrap. Now the recent advancements are like ethylene scavengers and ethylene emitters are there. Ethylene scavengers is something which takes away the gases, ethylene gases, which is coming out from the fruits, by which the ripening speed can be reduced. The fastness can be reduced. So the slow ripening will happen, due to which you can extend the shelf life of a product when you are transporting one. Another thing is a CAP, controlled atmospheric packaging. Controlled atmospheric packaging is something like where you can set your own fixed gas atmosphere within the container. If I'm having a big, huge metal container stuffing, so in that they will have a separate cold storage along with the gas connections. So if I'm setting up, or let's say I wanted to put this much amount of carbon dioxide, this much amount of nitrogen, this much amount of oxygen, that can be rearranged or altered so as to reduce the ripening speed or increase the shelf life. That way you can modify and then you can palletize it. That is another option of CAP, controlled atmospheric packaging, specific for fruits and vegetable transportation. These are the palletizations. Palletization, if you palletize, then it will reduce the handling cost, better utilization of storage space, reduction in mechanical strengths. Right. These are the various. So where do I get the specifications of these packages? I know, okay, this is my product. How do I have the spec of the specification of the box or whatever? Here you can see, you can go to this website of APEDA, APEDA, APEDA. Okay, when you go to the APEDA website, the IIP worked along with APEDA. Rather, I can say APEDA has given a project to IIP for package specifications. So IIP has worked on the packaging specifications and developed various specifications for various products. If you go to their website, you can directly, you can check the specification, and then in the specification, what all things are there, I can say it is a direct bulk pack. If you see the corrugated fiber board box, so in the corrugated fiber board box, what are the material of construction, what dimensions of the box can be kept, what is the length, width, height of the box, and what are the number of plies can be used, the busting strength of the paper, what we must be using it to make the boxes. All those things are there. And then even the number of ventilation holes, number of plies are there. The same way, even you will find number of ventilation, see number of ventilation holes, 16 number of ventilation holes they have to give, and diameter of the ventilation holes. Like that, it is given in the detailed specification of the 1 kg CFB. We have various types, RSC type, telescopic type, tray type, RSC, telescopic various types also is mentioned. Okay, then these are the EPS boxes, and what are the dimension, what are the specification. Even we have the consumer packs and transport pack for the grapes. So what should be the punnet size? What is the material? This I was telling you, food grade PET they must use up to 500 gram. The polyethylene terephthalate, all those things. The lid shall be firmly on the tray and should be lockable type. This is the punnet. And then specification of transport pack for consumer packs. The smaller size one, you can also think about various specifications. This is how the this is a joint initiative by APEDA and IIP, which is there in the APEDA's website. Not only the grapes, even any other fruits and vegetables. If you just go to the site, then you may find more than 180 or 190 pages document where you can see all this complete specification of these products. Okay, so this is what I wanted to give you some basic idea within the short time. What is the possible time? You can scan this QR scan if you are interested to attend any of our upcoming programs. We will give you the notifications. Okay, thank you so much. Maybe any questions?
There is one question, sir. Hello, sir.
Somebody is asking about box layers. Yes, specification is there in that box layers. Number of ply, we call it as number of ply. In generally starts from 3 ply to multiple layers, but up to 5 ply is sufficient enough for the product like grapes and other things. If you are going with the third level, that is a huge pack, then you can go with the 7 ply. Otherwise, 3 ply, 3 layer or 5 layer is sufficient. 3 layer is sufficient for smaller boxes, and the 5 layer you can go with the transport packs, the bigger size.
Thank you so much for your wonderful session, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
I thank the organizing team and NIFTEM for the opportunity. As always, I invite for many sessions. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Now we are moving on the next technical talk, which is some detailed project report preparation to micro enterprises. Now I would like to invite Tuli, who is a master trainer and a state lead project manager of PMFME, Government of Punjab. Sir holds an MBA in finance from IGNOU University from 2015 to 2020. Mr. Tuli and his team successfully executed a significant infrastructure project under the Mega Food Park scheme of MOFPI, Government of India in Rodania. I welcome to you, sir, in this, and thank you for accepting our invitation. The session is over to you, sir.
Am I audible? Mr. Mathu?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible,
Okay,
sir.
okay. I think I was not getting it through, so I was little worried that it might not, I may not miss that. So thank you very much, sir, Mr. Arun and Director, sir, NIFTEM Thanjavur. I am Rajneesh Tuli. I am the state lead project manager for PMFME scheme for Punjab. And I just brief you about just a 2-line only about my organization. This is a state government undertaking wherein we promote and facilitate food processing industry in the state. And PMFME, for PMFME, we are the state nodal agency. Till date, we were largely in for promotion of medium to large size units in the state, wherein we provide financial support in the form of equity capital, in the form of capital, and facilitation services. So this time we have got the opportunity for PMFME beneficiaries to rope in PMFME beneficiaries. And in the last 5 years, we have been able to rope in about 3,000 success stories. And I must say that we have a very good turnout rate in the form of successful applications. Out of 3 applications submitted in the bank through the proper channel, and 2 of them are selected and approved by the bank. So this is the achievement. I think this is maybe the highest across all states and UT in the country. Maybe Kerala is another state, but we do have this kind of success as far as submission and success of the submission is concerned. Secondly, the achievement is we have a good ticket rate of subsidy. The average ticket size of the subsidy which we have taken is 8.5 lakh per case per unit. So this is very much on the higher side if we say as far as the national average is concerned. And the third is the total amount of subsidy which we have taken so far. The total which we have taken.
Sorry to disturb you. Please share the slides.
Okay, sure. I share the slide. Acha, acha. You don't give me the right here. I share it now, or
Yeah, you can share it. You can share it, sir.
I'll share it myself.
Yes.
Doesn't matter. So this is the all, and we have taken 250 CR as subsidy for these 3,000 units. And overall, we have brought in about 1,100 CR investment under PMFME fold. So this is the basic thing, and I would like to now go to this, the PPT part of the DPR part of the presentation. Just a moment, please. Is it visible, sir? Mr. Arun, sir? Is it there?
No, sir. We didn't saw the presentation, sir.
I think so. Then it could create some problem. I don't know. I'm getting some different screen here, which is not usual to me.
Sir, kindly send the PPT in WhatsApp, sir. We will share it.
Then give me just 2 minutes and I'll send it across. Yeah.
Dear participants, wait for some technical issue with the speaker. We posted the assessment link in the chat box. You can use the link for the assessment. There will be an automatic reply mail and automatic some certificate will be received from your registered mail ID. Please enter your email ID correctly. Then only you will receive the mail. Then only you will receive the certificate to the registered mail ID. Thank you all. All the recorded versions of the PPT will be available in our portal, NIFTEM-T website, in the form of recorded versions. You can here we can send the links for that previous webinars also. You can also go through it.
Mr. Arun, I have just sent it to you. Am I audible?
Yeah, sir, 1 minute, sir.
Okay. So while Mr. Arun takes the PPT on the screen, I just mentioned we can go ahead with the otherwise. See, DPR is a very important part of the project. In fact, one will have to be convinced in oneself what all he is going to do with the manufacturing activity, with the processing activity in the food processing side. See, food processing is a little risky activity. It is not that simple activity. So here here the identification of a product wherein you have a good knack of the product, a kind of raw material side, as well as the suitability of the location side. Unless you have these categories, supporting aspects with you, it is a risky activity. So once you have identified a product, and then then there is no looking back. And as part of the DPR, the first thing is the applicant details. So you got to give the details of the about yourself, about your experience, about your qualification, about your age, about the the kind of the strength you have. If it is a text kind of thing, if it is a in the form of a defined prescribed forms which is there in the PMFME scheme, then you just have to mention only what is required to be given. So once this application part is over, applicant details are over, then the next thing is basically the DPR is the assessment on the part of the bank to see what kind of enterprise they are going to lend loan to. So he wants to assess that apart from the nature of the product, he would like to see the enterprise also. So this is very, very important. So I think if the PPT's part is over, is done, I think then we can start with PPT. Mr. Arun, I will be waiting, and yeah. Yeah, it is a standard training module which we took when we took the initial PMFME as a training part of the thing. So next, please. This is the approval system, approval process in the PMFME scheme. I think largely many speakers must have discussed and talked about it. I think we can skip that. Next, please. Next, please. See here the application, I think the previous one, please. Sorry for that. The previous one. Now the prescribed application form is split into three parts. There are three subsections. First is the basic applicant details, and the second is the basic existing enterprise details. If the enterprise is an existing enterprise, then he or she will have to give the existing enterprise details. Then the process, then the proposed business details. I mean the business which he or she wants to take on. So, and then the lending bank details, the preferred lending bank details are required to be given, and then the requirement of mandatory and supporting documents are there. Practically, there are only four such forms which are there, and the mandatory and supporting documents is only a support. Then the historical financial inputs in the case of existing enterprise is also mandatory, and then the proposed business financial inputs, this is very, very critical. So in fact, the first four and the 6 and 7. So these six components or these six sections are very, very important for the DPR thing. Next, please. Applicant detail is very simple. I think we can skip that one. If the applicant details are required to be done, this is done. Next, please. Basic enterprise details. Yeah, this is little important. If you are an existing enterprise, then you are supposed to give the constitution, the existing constitution of the enterprise. If it is a public limited company, if it is a private limited company, I mean there is a restriction with the PMFME. We cannot have beyond a certain eligible constitutions. We have only private limited status. We could have a individual status. We could have partnership firm. We could have LLPs also, and the non-profit making government organizations. So like that, we have that FPOs are also there, self-help groups are there, and then producer cooperatives are entitled for that. And in case you are one of those existing enterprises, then you got to give the details of your existing business. And then apart from that, if you are going to expand your existing business, the same business is in the food processing sector, and you want to expand that business, then you got to give your Udyam registration, the existing Udyam registration, GST number if it is applicable with you, and the FSSAI number. So these first and third, they are very, very important. They are mandatory for an existing enterprise to have these two numbers with you. Only then the bank will accept your application if you are an existing enterprise in the food processing sector. And GST, of course, if it is applicable, you got to have this registration as well. Then the product details, such as type of the product which you are already in. I mean, what kind of product you are manufacturing? Is it agri-produce you are processing? You are already having some kind of food product which are in the secondary kind of nature. You are in the case of, say, bakery, it is a secondary kind of activity. So then minor forest product. So this is minor forest product is another is a term which is the produce which is available in the forest and taken from the forest and then processed, like honey. Then there are many the kind of amla. We say that amla is also available in forest. See, across the country, different forests, we have different minor forest products. So over here in the northern side, we have honey is available in this in our forests, and similarly amla, and there are a couple of other food other products which are available here. Then the last year turnover you got to give you. I mean, you have to mention that how much you posted last year. So in the preceding year, how much was the turnover? And then the bank details of the applicant, so that the bank would like to know. Here, the bank would like to understand with all this existing details. The bank would like to understand the strength of the applicant. So strength of the existing enterprise. So this is very, very important. Next, please. Now, this is the proposed business details. Now, this is a critical and important chapter for the DPR. Under this, you have to mention about the enterprise which is going to implement the proposed business activity, and then the type of the product you are into. Going into it, like existing, or if it is an expansion kind of thing, then you have to mention that. I mean, if the existing business is being expanded, if it is diversified, and then you have to mention what all the product you are going to select, and the type of the property which you have on which this product is to be manufactured. Is it a leased property, owned property, parental property, or a rental property? So it is across all options. All options are available. You can even have your own land and or the building set up for the unit. So all options are available with us in the PMFME for the PMFME beneficiaries. So then the personal contribution is very, very essential. The minimum contribution which is allowed, many I think speaker have already discussed. The minimum contribution which is mandatory for an enterprise to be a PMFME beneficiary is the 10% to 40%. If he has a good resource, and if he wants to have a limited term loan, limited bank finance, then he can go up to 40% from his side. So that the bank, so that the part of the loan is reduced. If he has 10% minimum is the 10%. So vis-a-vis 90% is the bank finance, and on the side of 40%, if it is 40%, then 60% is the bank finance. Then the working capital is another willingness to take further working capital. Apart from the term loan, there is an option with the PMFME beneficiary. He can also he can also seek working capital from the same bank. So that is also there. Here, if the working capital is being sought, then the margin is to be there. Additional margin is required. Apart from the term loan, 10% margin is there, already there. And for the working capital, the margin which is required is 20%. So 80% of the working capital part he can always seek from the same bank, and by raising 20% from his side, by raising margin of 20% from his side. And on the term loan part, it is 10 and 90%. Next, please. This is the lending bank section. Here we have to mention the details of the bank, which is very, very simple. I think you just have to mention. Normally what happens is, out of my experience, I must say that the bank which you are comfortable with, I mean, if the bank you are already working with, if you think that he is going to fund you, I think it is better if you go to him first and show him the proposal and take his consent in principle. Otherwise, I mean, not in writing, but otherwise you take his consent. Otherwise, there are many chances, we have seen many chances, the existing bank of an enterprise is not ready to lend or approve loan for PMFME part of the project. So I think it is better you take you go in advance and take the consent of the bank before that. If the existing bank or the already bank you are in touch with is agreeable, then definitely you can take him as first preferred bank. Otherwise, you have the option with a fleet of banks. There is all nationalized banks are conversant with the scheme. Then it is better you go to some the bank which is in proximity with your site, which is close to your site, and then show him the proposal and then take his consent and then put up the as preferred bank as the preferred bank. So you have to mention two such preferred branches for the purpose, but two different branches of not from the same bank, from the different banks. Next, please. Then the documents required to support as part of your applicant in the form of your, I think this has already been discussed a lot. I was just watching this program for the last 1.5 hours. And I saw a couple of speakers have taken this on record and all these details. I think it is almost done. I think we can skip that also. Next, please. Yeah, here little important, because for the DPR purposes, for the proposed product, in respect of the proposed project, you got to give the document for the land where you are going to put up this unit. If it is a lease deed, I mean, if it is a rented property, if it is on lease, if it is a purchased land, you have to show in the DPR that this is owned by you. This is taken on lease from some enterprise or some person like that. Then apart from that, this is very critical. Details of the machinery supplier or equipment, some in the form of quotations, are also required. These quotations must have GST, the amount of GST being charged on the machine. So this should be a total amount of the cost, inclusive of GST and if at all any other tax. Normally it is GST, so it should have inclusive of GST. Machinery and equipment should include GST as well. So then the source of funds for commencement of new projects. Now you have to have details from for in support of the 10% margin or 20% margin you are going to raise. So you have to have that kind of fund supporting the bank, that you have 6 months your availability of the bank balance, the statement, so that they can see that you have sufficient balance and you have some kind of other form of financial documents to support that in the form of FD or something else. Suitability and adequacy of the land for the proposed project. So you have to also assess that. Before that, you have to assess that the land which you are going to use for the new activity or for the existing activity, expansion of the existing activity, then you see the suitability of the land is also to be seen from the point of view of availability of raw material in the proximity of the site, as well as for the dispatch, or as well as for the market, for the forward linkages, where you are going to market the product. So these two aspects are very, very important. Apart from that, the availability of power in that area, that is very, very important. Utilities are very, very important. If you have forgotten that, and if the power or water supply is not available in that very place, then it is going to be a big problem. Next, please. See, this is the critical, the financial part of the DPR is very, very critical from the point of view of bank. So bank is going to, apart from interviewing the applicant, apart from seeing your experience and your qualification and your resources, he is going to see the existing business role of your existing business. This is very, very critical. So here you have to have the figures which is there in the profit and loss account. You have that. I will leave this presentation with you, so I will just run through that. The annual sales, what is the turnover in the last year? So here, how to find out that turnover, that is there, but description is the annual sales. What was your sale in the preceding year? So that is to be given here. So you have to mention about the closing stock at the end of the year. Closing stock means after you close the year, what stock of the material you could not sell, or what is the raw material which was lying in the unit itself. So that is the kind of closing stock which was there in the unit. Then the annual other incomes are also very important. Whether the existing unit is earning some money from any other activity other than this business. So that is to be seen. So this is the annual. This is apart from the sales from the existing activity. He is also earning some income from some other sources. So this is another sources from other income from other sources. Then the profit and loss account is this is the income part of the profit and loss account. Then the expenses part of the profit and loss account. Under the expenses part, we see what is the opening stock. I mean, how much was there when he started the year. I mean, if it is the year, I mean, from the preceding year, what they could not sell or what was lying there when he entered in the current year. So that is to be assessed in the form of value. So that is to be taken in the form of value. Then what purchases he made in the very current year, in the very financial year, what all purchases he made. Then what salary allowances he made to the employees, he gave to the employees. Then the bills on the utilities. Then the cost of rent he paid throughout the year he made to the landlord, or on the rented property. Then the administrative expenses. Then the licenses, taxes, and insurance fee structure, if at all he has given to any person. So this is all part of the expense. Next, please. Then the interest on term loan, that is also the the expense part. If the term loan taken earlier and the interest being paid on the earlier loan, that is the expense part of it. So that is also taken as expense. Then the interest and bank charges. When transactions are done through banks, the bank has some charges for against all the transactions in the transactions. So the charges paid to the bank for towards the transactions being done. Then the depreciation part of it. The depreciation is already fixed in the PMFME proposal. Here the machinery part is taken as 15% and the building is taken as 10%. So here it is also as part of the profit and loss account, we take that out. I mean, that is an expense for us. So we have to take this depreciation part out of the expense, show as expense. Then the tax, if it is to be paid, I mean, any tax is to be paid is shown as expense part of it. So there is a revenue part of it, there is a expense part of it. Next, please. Then next, please. Next. Yeah, that's no, previous one, please. Yeah, this one. Yeah. For the existing units, we have, I think this historical data is valid for both existing as well as for the proposed unit. Here in the existing unit, we have fixed assets details to be given. Depreciation is there. I mean, if it is a kind of proper DPR, I just watching that in the case of common infrastructure, if the proposal is for common infrastructure, then definitely you have to have proper DPR for the nodal agency to see and for the bank to see. Only then the project is assessed. If it is a PMFME individual beneficiary category, you come under the category of 35% maximum 10 lakhs. Then you have to have. You can skip that. The figures already given in the balance sheets are to be filled up in the forms. So I have taken both the situations. If it is a common infrastructure kind of thing, definitely you have to have all these figures given in the report in the form of text written report. So then the depreciation part is there. Depreciation is taken as assets. Investments are there, which amount of investments made on behalf of the enterprise that are held for 1 year or more than that and generates income. So that is the investment part of it. Then the advances and deposits, amount received before a good is actually received or advance availed. So advances and deposits, which are good. I mean, advances which are good, which you see that it is an asset to you. So they are taken as advances and deposits. Closing stock, I just mentioned in the previous slide also, closing stock from the previous year. Whatever you could not sell, if it is available in the premises, then that is taken as a closing stock, and the value of that is taken as assets. Then there are sundry debtors. Sundry debtors means the people who have to pay you. They are payables. They are receivables from the market. So amount of goods given to a person for which the payment is awaited. So that is called sundry debtors. Then the cash and bank balance already there in the bank with in the name of the company, in the name of the firm. Then the short-term loans and the other current assets like that only. Short-term loans is the loan which are amounts given to others as short-term loan. Suppose you have given some small loan to your employee, so that is called short-term loan. So other current assets in the form of raw material which is lying in the unit, in the form of other things which is lying in the unit, that is the current assets. Next, please. Then the main is the proposed business details. I think this is the proposed business details. Now we are shifting to proposed business details. Here you have to mention about the building. Here you have to mention about the machinery part of the unit, of the proposed unit. Under the building, I think you are pretty clear that the building details are how these details are to be filled. I think I have seen, you have heard from many speakers, you have to give the building details in the form of area and then the cost for that area. I mean, unit area, how much it will cost. So the rate is computed, auto population is done in that. So similarly for the machinery, you have to mention the name of the machinery and the amount for that very machine. If it is a single unit, you have to mention the price of the single unit along with the GST. Please take it point that you have all the machines in place. You have, otherwise if you leave a machine, then you will have to bear that cost from your own source, totally from your own source. Otherwise, if it is mentioned here, and that is 35% of that will be taken care of from the subsidy part. So it is required that you have the total list of machines which are to be taken, which are to be purchased for the proposed unit. Including the laboratory equipment. I mean, you don't have to miss that laboratory equipment. Please make sure that laboratory equipments are also taken into account. Even the small utensils are taken into account in the machinery list of machinery. So the entire machinery is mentioned here, and in the form of quantity and the rate per unit. So automatically the total cost is taken by the sheet by itself. Then the details of the sales. Then you have to see what all you are going to make, what is going to be the number of units you are going to make. That is one. And what will be the sale price for that single unit. So this is, you have to see. Initially, you can go with the rough numbers. I mean, you can go with the sale price as ad hoc price. Once you get the auto-populated the profitability statement, then you get to know that your net profit is coming not appropriate, your numbers are not right. Then you can always do some hit and trial and make some changes in the price of the product. Similarly, for the price of the raw material. So you have to see that, I mean, where you really fall in. I mean, you have to see what price you can offer to the raw material supplier, and what the price you have for your product. I mean, accordingly you have to market. So this is the basic document which will tell you that where you will stand after, at what price you have that, the best profit, and what is the price for your raw material, what is the price for your product to get the best profit. So the number of units are mentioned. Next, please. See, similarly, I mentioned raw material part is there. You have to mention about the raw material. Now here you see, please take note of it, that all requisite raw materials are to be mentioned here, including the consumable, small consumables which are required in the case of food industry. If it is some essence is required, if some food grade, small, the packaging materials are required, everything is to be taken into account here. Otherwise, your the profitability or the DPR is going to be incomplete, and finally, even if the bank approves of it, you are going to suffer later, because the entire thing is not there. Basically, DPR is a Bible for your project, and the Bible should have each and everything into it. If the things are not, at least the cost, items should be there in the DPR. So you should make it a point. We have seen in many cases people do in hurry, and they don't fill many figures. And when they start the project implementation, and when they implement the project, they see that they have already, they have closed after spending another 5 lakhs, 10 lakh rupees extra from their own pocket. So this can be taken care of if you are little concerned and planned before you fill up this application. So civil part and the raw material part and all these figures for the proposed business details, machine part, this you have to be little careful. Similarly, the wages details are there. You have to mention about the workers, how many workers you are going to have in the project. Normally in the PMFME scale activity, the numbers are very little. I mean, then the workers are very little. I mean, you don't have many workers in the activity. So then accordingly you have the wages part of them. I mean, you have to say how many wages you will have, what kind of person you will employ, and what could be his wage for that. And then the preliminary and pre-operative cost. I have seen that the preliminary and pre-operative costs are normally skipped by the enterprise. Normally, or the resource persons, they don't support you in fixing the numbers for the preliminary and pre-operative cost. But I personally feel that if you have filled them up, it is appropriate, because the profitability and the economics of the project is assessed while these costs are there. Otherwise, you have that preliminary and pre-operative expenses, but they have not been taken care of. So the cost parameters, they do get affected actually. In the report, you have some different figures, you have some different profitability, and when it comes to actual numbers, after implementation, you have some different numbers. You don't get that kind of profitability because of such expenses, preliminary and pre-operative cost, and furniture and fixture costs. So you have these 6, 7, and 8 numbers in place. I mean, the suggested numbers would be there. So preliminary, pre-operative, furniture, contingency, all should be there in the report. We know that they are not funded from the bank. They are not taken care of by the bank. But while assessing your profitability, these numbers do help. Only then you can have the price of the product. If these numbers are not taken into account, you are in hurry, you just put them 0, 0, you don't require this money, then the profitability will be different what you have in the practical, in the actual, from the envisaged in the report. Next, please. Then there is working capital requirement. You have to mention about the your working capital requirement. You just have to anticipate and put the numbers. You can always discuss with your resource persons about it, because the resource persons are little, they are conversant with the numbers. In over here in Punjab, we have the resource persons are chartered accountants, and they are good with numbers. So they certainly support you in that. But in other places, I don't know, we do also have some other non-financial background people, but here, then but out of experience they have get to know that what stocks, I mean, how to fill these numbers, working capital requirements. It is a guesswork, and it is only out of debate and discussion you get to know what all number of days you have to mention about the stock in process. You have to see your competitors, or you have to see what across in the general industry, for the same kind of industry, what the others have taken as stock in process. Similarly, finished goods, I mean, how many days stock you have for the finished goods in terms of days. Then the days are converted into money, and then finally it is taken as value is taken out of numbers. We take the value, because you have already given the price for the sale price for your product, and you have also given the sale price for the price for the raw material also. So in both cases the numbers are taken. Only days are there, then these are converted into value by the system. Then there are receivables. These three figures, are given in terms of days. Receivable means when you had your debtors are there, and how long they will take to pay the money back to you, I mean, against the product which they have taken. So all these three figures are important in terms of days, and then the working capital thing is computed by the system itself. Then the miscellaneous expenditure. Then the miscellaneous expenditure I just mentioned in the previous slide, you have to have these numbers. They are suggesting 1% each. So I think it is appropriate to have miscellaneous expenditure in the form of repair and maintenance, power and fuel, other overhead expenses, telephone expenses, stationery and postage. All these they have taken 1% each. So these are very, very important. Unless you have these numbers, you don't get the true worth of the profitability. So otherwise the profitability becomes only a vague and a just for the purpose of bankable kind of getting the loan sanctioned. Otherwise, for assessing the true profit from the unit, these numbers are there, should be there. Next, please. Then the depreciation details are given. I mean, you have to mention the building. If it is, it is already taken 10%, and machinery it is already taken 15%. It is already inbuilt in the as already by default it is there. So you don't have to consider that. It is a perfect norm for a small micro units. This is the norm only which is applicable. So this is fairly enough. And then the other details are to be given, number of years required to pay out the loan. So here, when the loan is to be taken, you have to give the the total the payment schedule for the repayment of the loan. So normally over here we have 6 years to 10 years. Minimum is 6 year repayment period which the bank expects, or it is a 6 year. Otherwise you can go up to 10 years. So if it is a 10-year kind of thing, then the installment you pay to the bank on the loan, it is quite reasonable. But the length of the period is quite long. And if it is 6, definitely the amount is a little higher, but you end up closing the loan very early. So then the project implementation period, it is normally taken from 2 months to 6 months over here. It is for 2 months to 6 months over here. I mean, it's being a readily available machines are there. They all are skid mounted. You just have to find out the suppliers. You just have to take the quotations. And I just mentioned that you take at least 2-3 quotations from different suppliers, and then assess the machinery. Otherwise, you end up buying a machine which is primitive, which is not that latest. So I think you have to have at least 3 quotations genuinely. Normally, it is not done. I tell you. I mean, I have seen cases. Finally, when they close up and when they have the machine there, then they see that there was a better machine for the same price available in the state. So it is not that you have to buy from the state itself. I mean, it can be from anywhere. Just a moment. Next, please. Then the appraisal is done by the detailed proposal on the detail is by the bank only. Then we have next, please. Then for the appraisal part of thing, these are the normally parameters which are assessed by the bank. So total sales, what is the sale in the new unit, and what are the expenses in the new unit. Then the profit before deduction of income and taxes, PBDIT, before profit before depreciation, interest and taxes. Then of course after tax, and then after depreciation, and after this tax also. So the cash profit, what is the cash profit? That is the profit after tax and depreciation. Then the other part is the common net worth. I mean, it is the common terms used in the historical financials while assessing the figures. Once all the previous figures which we have discussed all filled up, then the auto-populated form of DPR is ready with you. You can also assess, you can also find out these numbers. You don't have to put them and calculate, but you will have these numbers with you. Net worth, total long-term loan liabilities, you have to just check them. The total liabilities, total obligations which are there, total monthly EMI paid for the active loans. Then there is a balance sheet. Next, please. These all are auto-populated thing. I just repeat that these all ones, you just have to mention the raw material, the wages, the product sales, the machinery part, the civil part. Rest is all auto-populated. So this is here we are showing what all you get in the auto-populated numbers. So these are the heads. So you can always check them. The income should be positive. Profit before deduction of income and taxes should be positive. These are the ratios then are there. The PBDIT versus total income ratio should be 15 to 20%. That is the 15 to 20% of the total value of the sale. You should have that amount with you as PBDIT, right? And then the profit after tax. So the profit after tax should be a positive value, and the same should be 5 to 7% of your annual sales. Like I mentioned, PBDIT should be 15 to 20%. On the same lines, the profit after tax should be 5 to 7% of your total income. So then the cash profit should also be the positive. And then the current ratio, current assets over current liabilities. This is again very important ratio. Here the value of your assets as current assets and the liabilities which you have as current liabilities should be more than the current liabilities. 33% more than what you have in the current liabilities. Right, 1.33%, 133% should be more than the current liabilities. Yearly debt service coverage ratio, this is also very important. How you are going to serve your debt. So this should be minimum 1.5. That means the return which you get from the business should be 1.5 times of the debt which you are to serve. I mean, you should have something with you. I mean, it should, if one is going against the debt, so 50% you should have with you. Then the debt equity ratio is also very important. Then how much debt you are taking against the investment which you have as capital. So these are the again common terms which we have just mentioned. These are all the production cost, administrative cost, how they are computed, cost of goods sold, net profit before tax, net profit fixed, but all are there. I mean, these are all in the terms of definitions and formulas. Next, please. So this is in continuation only, the break-even point, current ratio, net profit. These are the 4 parameters which the bank sees. I just mentioned again, these are the 4 parameters which are to be as per the norms. So yearly debt service coverage ratio should be 1.5%. Otherwise, if the auto-populated profitability statement is showing some different numbers, it less than 1.5, the bank is not going to accept that, the proposal. And similarly, it has to be 1.5 and more than 1.5. Similarly, the break-even point should be always more than 1. And the current ratio should also be like that, 1.33 and above. And net profit ratio is minimum is 8%. They accept that. Next, please. I think it's more or less done. Yeah. Thank you very much. I had some, problem here. I'm taking the, the presentation from the office itself. So the people were coming here and there. And anyways, now I'm okay with the system, and you can have a quick question we can take as if the system permits, if it is common and it is okay with the organizers.
I think there is no more questions, sir.
Sir, I would like to mention, I just skipped one thing. The people, my predecessor had mentioned that water is not allowed in the food processing under PMFME. That is right. Apart from that, we are seeing people are now flouting the scope of the eligibility. Here, the people are also applying for solar power panels for the existing units. Only solar power panels, no processing activity. They just want to have solar power panels over their existing facility, and they want to supply the power to the grid and earn out of that. So I think please take note of that. The solar power panels exclusively for supplying power to the grid and taking benefit of that return is not part of the scheme. And only if the equipment is solar driven, I mean, if you have some equipment which is solar driven by itself, I mean, which is run on the solar kind of motor or solar driven, some panel, and being consumed internally, it is a kind of cogeneration. Then it is, I think, it is acceptable. It can be supported under PMFME. Otherwise, panels as standalone panels cannot be supported for grid purposes, for taking purposes. I think this I wanted to mention. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Arun, and thank you very much, Director Sir, for the time. And sorry if I have taken a little longer. I don't know. Thank you very much.
No issues, sir. No issues. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Now I would like to conclude remarks on the vote of thanks. Thank you all the speaker and the participant for joining the session. I hope from this webinar you can get the valuable knowledge and ideas for startup and business. On behalf of entire NIFTEM-T family and PMFME team, I formally announce that the webinar is over. Thank you all for joining with us.